Okay, just doing another quick test. 1, 2, can see it. I don't know whether that's in there. Memorize, we can hear an email come through. Don't know where that's come from. 2 screens here, but we'll see that later using 2 screens. Into YouTube. Check OBS. Where is it? OBS is behind this. Check it. Okay. Just making sure that, because I might be, don't know what I'm doing here, but can't be too bad. Going through checks here, guys. My studio. Sorry, my channel. Live. Cancel checks. There you go. Okay, so I am minimalizing checks for the moment. Don't need this check. Close check. Close browser. Stay here for the moment. Now, stage 2 is to make sure that everything's okay. This is the video. Stage 3, go towards screen. Check buttons. Put sunglasses back on. Wait. Open a page. Go to YouTube. Go to my account, my YouTube account. Go to live. Go to YouTube. Go to my YouTube. Okay, that's good. But now, go deeper. Go into Studio. Close page. Go into Manage. Should be there. Double click. And that's it. I'm on the back page here. So it's me that is actually watching. I think I've had 2 views and both of those have been me. So I'm watching the screen here, but I can watch this screen at the same time. So good evening. This is your gentleman B970 live from London. And today we are going to be doing a review of level 42, 43 by level 42. This is more of a review rather than how to play the bass line. I'm just going to go and make sure I'm checking my right parameters here in order to make sure that I can get to some of the pages that I want to have a look at in this video. So just checking here. Right, okay. So I found the page that I'm looking at. I hope it comes up. And it's come up. Okay, so I'm just gonna well, I won't be able to do too much. I can jockey between two pages. So there's a guy on the internet, and his name is Philip the Hovary. Okay, and it really sounds like he's from Europe. We're not really against Europe. He could be from France or Belgium. He could be from Holland. He could be from Sweden. We're just going to have a listen to this guy a little bit in the video, if it comes out.
It's like what do you call this thing that people have at parties? Like a big bowl full of wine with fruits. It's called. Oh, I can't remember. Anyway, let's put.
Anyway, so there was a guy on the internet called Philip the Hovary, and it was 1 day ago. 1 day ago, he was doing a video about how to play level 42, 43 bassline. Now, this guy is from Europe, and he's a really, really good bass player. I might be able to. No, I won't be able to do it. I might be able to. I don't know whether I can. I might be able to. I'll try. I think I've done this a little bit strange in the sense of if I can imaginary grab this over, I don't think I can. Or if I can change the screen to, I don't know whether I can do it live. Anyway, so there's this guy from Europe, and he got 100 views for this last night. And he's a really, really, really good bass player. Fresh, yes, new clothes today. I've been to work. It's Sunday, so you go to work. It's payday. It's payday this month for people that don't know. It's payday, so you put on something on Sunday. We might go into that later on for the guys, because obviously, fresh threads, you see it there. Pajamas then. Anyway, so there's this bass player on the internet, and he was going into looking at level 42, 43 by level 42. So he's really showing you that he's a really, really good bass player here. He's doing these little bits here in the live video where he's really, really good.
So,
but the video's about learning level 42.
Must not get in trouble with the gods of YouTube.
So he starts trying to learn.
85 BPM seems like a reasonable place to start again. So
this is Philippe. If Philippe the Herb sees me, we're not against European necessarily. It's n'est pas. Je suis B970. Beaucoup la funky. Astra dans la bass all around. So anyway.
And already there's plenty to discuss with just that very first line.
One thing I would say, it's got a really nice sound.
Such a cool line. hard to wrap your head around what's going on there. But that very first line, that already in itself is a world.
So what it is, he plays the bass line, and he's playing it quite well, but then he says he's kind of having problems with it. So this is why we're doing the video at the moment and it's for this guy and the other guys like this, other guys that will be watching.
Of thing. So many ways you can adapt that. But that's the second part that is the really, I find it to be the trickiest bit. Because there's a lot of muting, there's a lot of invisible things that are happening in that exact moment. When playing slap, especially on the E string, you have to do so much muting, and in this case, I'm not slapping as hard as I could because I'm getting a pretty decent sound with just a sort of gentle. You can see I've got a little bit of callus there from slapping, right there on the. Sorry.
Yeah, not good showing the blisters. Not good showing the blisters. You should have blisters on your thumbs and all. If you're playing I might get 5-string bass. If I had a 5-string bass, I'd have blisters on all 5 fingers, man. Stop.
Other side.
N'est-ce pas? Yeah. Il y a ou mauvais, s'il vous plaît.
This thing. That's essentially what I'm hitting the strings with, and you can kind of see that there's a little bump there. There we go, right there, on the right side of my thumb. This little thing just.
I've got to move along from there, man. I want to see that.
I reckon I could play it a bit faster now. I think. Should we try 105? Actually, just put a little. Might be a good idea. It always sounds a bit better with.
Sounds really good as it is.
Actual drums in the background.
Le bass bon. Garçon. La bass bon. Yeah, anyway, relaxez-vous. Relaxez-vous, relaxez-vous.
But it will. There. I don't need bongos.
Been in the middle of the night.
Let's try it.
So this is why we're doing the review. It's for this guy. It's for the guys that are from these kind of areas. I'll see whether he does a little bit more. Just skip a little bit. ou la computer mauvais.
But on a 6 string. I stole a lot of.
He's going into some of the tricks that he can do. So what it is, as I explained in other videos, you've got a lot of guys and they've got a lot of tricks on bass. But what you find is they all have the same tricks. It's called contagion. Everybody's got the same tricks. You see other guys doing it. I'm not going against Philip here. Nespa, against La Bass here. I even saw Yannick Gowinska doing it. Even Yannick Gowinska does it. When I went into the shop, he did it quite well. And it was like that. I can do it really good. So everybody has the same contagional techniques when it comes to, I'm going to do some licks here now, or something weird. And they'll be the same as everybody else's. So we can miss a bit of that out. Okay, we won't watch that. We'll skip that. And I think he goes into, I think after that.
Man, I meant to save him.
Then he goes into something else. So he looked at the bass line. We can move out of here and go into our page. We'll be a little bit delayed. I'm going to be delayed, so I'm going to go like that. But, just see how delayed I am in this particular part of the video. So what it is, guys, is that there's another guy that we know, right, who plays this bass line, and we know him. He was on the internet many, many years ago, and he disappeared for a while and he come back. He used to be the Shock Contender, and he's like a level 42 head. He does other tunes, but he's got all the level. I like him. I rate him. He is the Shock Contender. When you look at it at that level, these are slightly younger bass players that are slapping bass and can do level 42. They came on the internet, there was a lot of guys around, and he said that, I've got this, he's got this feel to what he had. And so he's come back. So when we look at the bass line, when we look at 43 by level 42, instead of listening to Mark King, we're going to use the Shock Contenders bass line instead. Because bare minimum is going to get in 2 more hits. I'm not against the Shock Contender. I've done other videos with the Shock Contender anyway. So we've got 2 guys. We've got a guy from Europe. We've got another guy kind of from Europe, from the United Kingdom. And they're both playing 43 by level 42. Now, the Philip guy, the guy that done the live video last night, it's like, he's a really good bass player. And this is why we're doing the video, so people can understand this. Particularly guys in America. You might see me moaning about guys in America. So now we can do some stuff about Europe. What does that mean in terms of Europe? So when you see Philip, I don't know where he's from. He could be from Belgium. He could be from France. Could be from many other countries very, very similar. So what it is, and and I've said this in other videos before, many, many years ago, I went to Europe. When you say that, they go, but you're from Europe. Well, we're from Britain, so we kind of see ourselves as we're not continental. So I went to the continent, and I went to Amsterdam, and it was, during its height, before it was actually popular. What it was is that people were still finding out about Amsterdam. Not everybody knew about Amsterdam when I went there. Where I lived, nobody knew about Amsterdam. Massive arguments about it. I'm not going to go on the internet about it anyway. So when I went to Amsterdam, I had a bass, and I went out there and I started playing bass. I've got my bass here. So I started playing bass. Oh, booty. You got scant man. Right? So you had guys out there and they were slapping the bass. I met a guy from France and he was slapping the bass. I met a guy from Germany and they were slapping the bass. Guys from Holland, Dutch slap bass players. I met a few guys. And then I went back to England. And a few years later, I went back out on the streets and I was like playing bass and stuff, and and I met a guy from Europe, from Amsterdam, and we were jamming on the streets and stuff, and everybody said it was, he's a really nice guy. He was a nice guy. He was like, good bass player and all of that. And now we're going to start jamming on the streets. And the very first time he's going to start jamming with us. Right, so everything's there. We go, right, let's go. Let's just go. Like anything was, whatever we felt we were going to play. Whatever came out was going to come out. And he went, stop. And I went, what? He went, slow down. Slow down. He goes, I need to know what you're playing. I went, but we could be playing anything. Like, any moment we might decide not to play nothing. He goes, well, give me an idea of something that you're going to do. So I don't know what it was. So we're going, okay, we'll play this. We'll play that. He went, okay, so you're going to play that. So then he got the bass and he kind of went to try and work out how he was going to play it. He couldn't play it. He had to work out how the sort of down and up and down, he had to work that out before he played the bass. Once he worked that out, then he could kind of play. And then when it came to his solo, we'd disappear and let him do his solo. Whatever his solo was, but it was all based on the idea of thinking of slap as a technique rather than thinking of the bass line. So what does that mean? Let's do it a different way. So what it also means is that when you look at European bass players, evidently, we're not saying this is true, but you say evidently, they learn the technique more than they learn the bass line. And that's what was happening to Philippi. Let's say that Philippi went to America. He might even live in America. He goes, hey, by the way, English, I live in America anyway. Well, we have powwows with the Americans anyway too. So it's like beaucoup ou parler. So what it is that the most important thing is the bass line, not the technique. So when you think of the Europeans and ourselves, and we think in terms of football, that's what happened with Pele. That's why Pele nearly scored that goal. Because back then, certain players would go for the player more than the ball. So what Pele did is he left the ball because he knew that the guy was never going to go for the ball. And when the player realised that Pele left the ball, he didn't know what to do. And Pele ran round the goalkeeper and then he scored. So back then, there were footballers that would actually go for the player and not the ball. That's why that goal is so important in history. It's not because he did it. It was the intention of the goalkeeper. The goalkeeper wanted to grab Pele, but when he realised that Pele left the ball and it was nearly going in the goal, he didn't know what to do. That's why Pele did it. Because he was going to go for Pele and not the ball. So another way of looking at it with the Europeans, it's the same thing. They're going for the technique and not the baseline. Let's say you was from France or wherever, from Europe, from Amsterdam, and you went to America and you knew a bass line like 43. There's this, it's like a funk, but it's American. Let's say that it wasn't by Level 42. It's like it's like by Jay-Z or 50 Cent or something. It's like, and they ask you to come over and play the bass line, and you know it's a slap bass line, but you're a bit nervous. They wouldn't now tell you to go, hey man, you've got to get all this slap stuff. They'll just say, just play the bass line. Don't worry about the slap. Play the bass line. So what it is with Philip here and those guys, they miss the bass line sometimes for the sake of the technique. They don't hear the bass line, they only hear the technique. And because they only hear the technique, when they play the bass line, they get stuck. Because they're not listening to the bass line, they're listening to technique. It's where the technique falls rather than where the bass line falls. And that's what I noticed when I saw the video last night. So when you see these guys play something like Level 42 or any of that stuff, what happened years ago, and that's why you got a Shock Contender there. Let's just, we will. We'll have a listen to a little bit of the Shock Contender. Play the tune. He's now changed his name, but he's a dangerous bass player. Really good bass player. I'm using the wrong mouse here. Just have a listen to the guy doing it. Because what it is as well, if you listen to it, he actually puts points in the bass line. Whoops. What's happened here? Got a technical issue. Here we go. What's happened to the technical issue? Whoa. Got a technical issue here, guys. Something's happened to the screen. It's frozen. Right, let's do a sums check. Just play that second.
Forward this video, watch the cup.
That's okay. Backwards. The screen is locked. Right, so I've got to open up a new page there. I've got a discrepancy on the page there, so let's hope it comes back. Yeah, it's coming back. I just got to let the advert go through. The advert's going through. So this is our guy Lee Travis mashing up Level 42, getting the right kind of feeling. What it was is as you go later on in the track, there are points. Points are obviously where there's little bits that Mark King does. I might not be able to pick them up if I have a look at the bass line, but Lee does these. So there's little pick-me-ups. Sometimes they're unnoticeable. When you go back to the beginning, you might not even realise they're there. So there's a little bit, you've got to pick up the bass a little bit when you play this bass line. So what it was with Philippe, when he was playing the bass line, it's really good, it's really technical.
When playing slap, especially octaves.
Let's see where we get into that. So what it is in Philippe, or you could say the European guys, is they're using technique more than the baseline. And what it is with the American guys, because we've been putting a lot of heat on the Americans, then you can actually see how far away the Europeans are. They don't really hear the baseline. They hear the technique. They don't even hear the technique. They play the technique. And that technique has got to try and match something that is kind of the baseline. And that's what happened when I used to jam with the guys. Like, we was doing a jam, and we're just playing the bass. Like, we're all excited. I haven't got a drum machine here. So there's no drum machine turned up. We don't know what to do. He's going, well, what do I do? I go, okay, let's do this. And you can do like solo or slap solo. He goes, but stop, wait. And he had to kind of go. I like to stick to it. If I started to diverge, he wouldn't be able to follow the next page. So when it comes to level 42, there's not that many guys on the internet. There's a few guys on the internet that teach you how to play. So when they teach you how to play it, they teach you how to play it in that formula of technique where you have to kind of go, they keep telling you to play it like this kind of stuff. And if you're a beginner bass player, you do it, and then when you try and play the bass line, you can't do it. It's like a trick, like lesson video in a way. I'm not going against it, I'm not for it, but that's what happens to guys. They see these videos or they see these bass players and they're playing like that. They play it like that, right? And it becomes really, really confusing for anybody, if you're a beginner, to actually play the bass like that. And in itself, it can become a form of contagion. The then bass players play it that way. If they learn how to play it, then they play it that way, and they can't play it any other way because it's technique over the actual bass line. So when you see guys on the internet and they teach you how to play level 42, this is what they normally do. They tell you to go, and then you've got to speed it up, and you don't know what to do, and you don't know. So in this video, we don't do that. And the reason why we don't do it is because slap bass has an origin. It began earlier than Mark King. When people came on YouTube with Milo DK, there were people that followed Milo DK that actually believed that Mark King invented slapping the bass, because they grew up in an era where the very first guy that they saw with the camera zooming in on the slap bass was Mark King. And obviously the way that he played the bass, at that level. So by the time that these guys grow up, there are videos and guys that are teaching how to play the bass by telling you you've got to go like that, and you get confused. So what it is not really to debunk that, particularly with the other American guys. Sometimes you get American guys that go, yeah, let me think now. And then it's level 42. And they go, well, wait a minute. And they can't do it. Right? So even the American guys, some of the American guys can't play level 42. They're not into that way of playing. They don't get it. And then okay, let me sneak and watch one of these videos. And then they're sitting there going, trying to play a level 42 tune. And then it's guys like us saying, man, you're faking it. That's all fake. So what is it about level 42 in this video where we kind of not necessarily debunk what they're telling you, but we try to explain it in a different way, particularly when it comes to the slap thing. So what we try to explain to people is that slap, has an earlier origin than level 42. Imagine that slap is a car. So by the time Mark King is playing bass, they got a carburettor and a carburettor, and they put nitrogen in the wheels. Blah, 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 blah. So when you go back before that, all they had was a steering wheel and wheels without an engine. Before that, they just had a wheel. So when it comes to slap bass, in the beginning, all they had was a slap and a pop. That's all they had. That's all that slap started with. So it started like that, and in the end, it ended up like that. Yeah. So Mark King is further down the chain when it comes to slapping the bass. So what does that mean? So what it means is that when it comes to stuff like level 42, or looking at guys like Mark King, rather than watching a video where the guy's telling you to go pop, tap, no, wait a minute, let me read the script. Hammer, no, hold on, thumb, pop, no, thumb, hammer, pop, thumb, pop, pop, like stitching. And you got to learn that, and you get confused. So the reason for that, as I'm trying to explain, is that their way of learning Mark King is even further down the chain. Right down here, you've got the beginning where you've got one guy and a thumb and a string. And then 5 years later, you've got one guy and a thumb and a pop. And then like 2 years later, you've got one guy and a thumb and an octave and a hammer on. And And by the time you get to Mark King, you've got guys that are practicing bass on drum machines. Instead of having to go in a bands now, they can just turn on. I've got one here. It's not my favourite one. The one that I want now is like £500. But this is like, a B or C version drum machine. And you put your drum machine on and you practice your bass. So Mark King and those guys come from that era. So that's what it is. So what it is that all they had around them were the tools that they had, which is a thumb. And that meant that you had to be able to thumb all of the strings. Then you had to be able to pluck all of the strings. Then hammer on. And then pull off. And then octaves. And then after doing octaves, the creme de la creme, that meant that you had your slapper's badge to Scott's bass lessons, and you've got your I'm a slapper, is what they call doubling up hammer-ons. So when Mark King started out, that's all he had. That's all everybody had. Larry Graham, Marcus Miller, everybody. That's all they basically used. So what it is with Mark King, he had all of that, and he just got faster and faster and faster. And as you get faster, your hands begin to slip. And as they slip, then they're doing something that they wouldn't normally do at a slow speed. They start doing something that your hands don't normally do when you do it slow. So when people see that on a video, instead of starting here, they try to go sort of like to get the same thing, meaning that they're missing out. It's like welding without using the flux. So when you play like that, there's no flux. There's no, where did this come from? Why do I have to go pop, pop, tap, tap? Why do I have to do that? What does it mean in the bass line? To the bass line. And that's what it is. It's all based on some kind of bass line, some kind of harmony, some kind of thing. So all of those clicks and taps are kind of based on a general like bass line. So that's what it is with the Mark King bassline 43. It's kind of based on the bass line, and then sometimes you've got to be able to hear it, and it can be really, really simple. Sometimes it's, you see some, like, say, like a guy like Philip, and go, look, the bass line's really easy. He goes, I know, it's really easy, but I want to put this on there. Like, he might know that the bass line's really easy, but that's where the structure is. It's like Pele. That's what Pele did. He knew that the guy would go for Pele, not the ball. He knew the guy would go for the technique and not the baseline. So what it is you go for the baseline, not the technique. And then when you've got the baseline, then you add the technique. So in one way of looking at the European guys and Felipe and those guys, they get all the technique and then they can't land the baseline. So it's a bit like being a really good footballer and never being able to score a goal. You know what I mean? So you get players like that on the continent. They can do everything apart from header the ball. They can't header it. Like Henry, for example, could never header a ball. When you see Henry header the ball, he always used to go like that, because he didn't know what he was doing in the air. So do all these little different things, but we're not going against it. Because if we were going against it, then we were saying, la garçon ou mauvais, ou salope mauvais, blah. No, what we're doing is just trying to describe it so the guys can see. They go, aha. So that's what it is. Yes, that's what it is. The bass line is more important than the technique. But obviously when it comes to bass and going on the internet, a lot of people see the technique as being more important than the bass line. And that can become a trap, because all you're listening to is technique, and a lot of those techniques the other guys can do, maybe not as good as you, or maybe a little bit better, but they're all the same kind of techniques. It's called contagion. No one else is different. They're all the same. They're all at different levels, but they're all exactly the same. They're all going to, if they could all wake up with the same proficiency of bass, they would all sound exactly the same. So obviously we're going to start looking at the bass line. We've done a lot of talking. So when we look at the bass line, just as we look at run for cover and a lot of these things, and we look at structure, so we've got to look at it as in a structure. So you've got this like thing at the beginning. So this bit is really important to the tune. Obviously Mark King being a drummer, the whole idea about, I remember meeting the Bods, like local Bod, all football, nice guys, really, really nice. They're into their football, what can you do? I don't do anything like, come down and watch football, all right then, I watch it, I go, oh, can't be bothered, all right then, blah, 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 blah. So when this album came out, which was around about 1980, 1981, that's what those guys, when they saw guys like us with the album, because that's what I used to do, like, again, what is it now, 40, it's like about 44 years ago now. So, some of the guys that I knew never liked this album. They didn't like the band or anything. I didn't understand why years later. Then I understood the reason why. But not against Mark King and those guys, because everybody knows it's all good in that sense. So myself being a less bass player, or the least bass player, wouldn't it would be a really good idea that someone like myself would be the person that would be the level 42 guy, meaning that all the other guys weren't really interested in level 42. So me being the beginner bass player, that'd be a really good place for someone like myself to start off with. So one of the things I used to do is I used to have this album and then go around people's houses, and they put the album on and I play, some of the tracks off the album. They go, what? This is unreal, all that kind of stuff, So I was, and then in some cases try and learn to sing it as well, because that was the other thing as well with guys on the internet. When they look at like Mark King stuff, you see him, there playing the bass. And forget that Mark King is going, Peter Piper, Peter Piper, Peter Piper, blah, 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 no tune, and I can't do it. I carry on, but, so it's very rare that you'll ever see me do a Mark King bass line unless I start singing it. Or if I did the bass line and I say, look, I can't play this bass line. I can play the bass line, but I can't sing at the same time. I'd really moan about it as well. You know what I mean? Because you're not really playing the bass line. Even with the Shot Contender now, he's started to do it. When he first was on the internet, I don't think he was really at that level, but now he's come back and he's like singing like Level 42 stuff. So he now knows, the what you call the symphony of having to. I'm not wrong. I wanna say that I wanna get down, really get funky and say. And so he's anyway. So so all of these different divergences in looking at the bass line, meaning that you kind of start off with it being really easy. Now, obviously, you go, but that's not the bass line. You go, yeah, but that's not the bass. It is the bass line. What it is I'm not using any technique. I'm following the beat and making sure that when I play the bass, la bass ou bon, rather than la technique. When it says, and let's think of Papin. Everybody remembers Papin. And it's Papin now. And there he is, and beaucoup la technique. And you see him hit the corner flag. And how long did he stay in Italy when it was beaucoup technique? No, it's beaucoup goal. Yeah? If you tap the ball, it goes in the back of the net. Yeah. So, So what it is for Felipe, because he's a good bass player, and then, imagine he goes, oh no, that means I've got to go all the way to Berkeley to learn. No, all you've got to start realizing is follow the bass line and then add the technique. Yeah. Once you know everything where the bass is and the feel that you want to put on that bass, then you can start adding some more techniques into it, where obviously you might hear it going more up and down than a lot of the other bass players, because if you're playing it like that, it's not really going up and down, is it? If it is more up and down, it's more regular. So rather than thinking of the technique, you think of the baseline and the fundamental steps of the baseline, and the technique moves around the baseline, not the technique add to the baseline. Or I've got this technique and I can stretch it across to where it wants to be. You know you make sure that you can actually hear the baseline at a particular level, and you can see that it's a very kind of, when you hear it as a baseline, it's quite easy. So obviously there's chords there now, so you've got to try and work out how they are. So what it is that obviously if you listen it too hard, if you're listening to it in how Mark King does it, it's more of a slide. I'm going to jump in with Lee, sit down with Lee, because people might be going, what does that mean? So what it is, let's get it up to scratch with Lee. Because you're moving along, right? So let's go back to Philippi. You go, well, maybe I should go. Well, no, maybe you should play it like Pele. Play the bass line, right? And if you can add the technique at that speed, it will be going on, because all of the clicks are 16ths. You could manage to put a 32 in, or a substitution 24th in, but as long as it's the bass line, it's going to be a goal. If you decide to put the technique in and miss the bass line, then it's Papan. And it's Papan, Bukub technique, and all he's got to do is beat the goalkeeper. But because it's technique, then he misses, where all he's supposed to do is score the goal. What is more important, scoring the goal or the technique? So when you play the bass line, it doesn't mean to say that, because what does that, there's millions of ways of doing that. There'll be no one way of doing it, but if you're doing it in 16ths, what I did notice, because getting older, is that there was that nice bit of kick when Philip did it. They do kick it here. I was falling asleep on that part of the beat. So obviously when the shotgun tenor plays, is playing at full speed. So what it is with me is just getting up to full speed. up. But I want more. But I want more. Is there more? Let's see if I can get any more. Let's see if I. Let's see if you can get. No. No, I'm going it wrong. No. It's going to be more though. No. There's. What it is that I want more in that chord. I never practiced it. What else is it, Lee? I think it goes. We might differ there. We'll just go through that a little bit and see what happens. Anyway, let's just get onto that a little bit again. notes where I'm starting to go, which is making me have a tea break. We're going to have a tea break here for a moment. I'm just going to go onto the page. Sorry about this, guys. I haven't been looking at the page. I'm going to look at the page now. There might have been people typing. I haven't seen anybody type. There's Jeffrey Boyle there. I haven't seen anyone. Yeah, Jeffrey Boyle and those guys out there. So I'm going to have a quick tea break here. Because what it is now, rather than me trying to chase the ferret, which is all the different slaps and turns in the bass line, rather than do that, because I did do a little mini review of this, is to actually start looking at the bass in terms of trying to incorporate a jazz value to it. I could sit there and learn to play the slap bass line, but what it also would be to learn it like this, and that would be a bigger imprint on the bass line. So what it is to guys like Philippe and those guys, like let's say you meet guys like Pele and they go, okay, score the goal. Go, yeah, it's really easy, but then it's even more easier. But then you have to learn how more easier it is, and that's difficult to learn how more easy it is. So that's why we're having a tea break, because we're going into this kind of area on the bass tonight. So when we look at the bass like this, we're looking at the same bass line. We're looking at the same bass line, but now we're going to start de-developing it. Really easy, not difficult to do. So we've got this note here, and we're going to change it to this. And then we're going to even change it from there to this. So when we look at this 43 bass line, now we've got this. What was it? So now we've got. So we've got to get that. I do that. Boom, 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 boom. that. So what it is to Felipe, let's say it was Pele, you go, the opening goal, he goes, yeah, really easy, but beaucoup difficult, but easy once you learn it, because you learn it, and now you can learn it. So what it would be is the easiest place, or the biggest open goal, or the strongest part of the baseline is there. Haha. Imagine Mark King seeing the video. Go, let me try that. Yeah, try it. Mark, try it. Because that's the real source. That's what it would be. If it was Charlie Mingus, that's what he would do. That's what he actually do to the baseline. So you've got to get that bit right. So that's what it is to Felipe and the guys in Europe. The lesson for the guys in Europe, or the tendency for the guys in Europe, is to learn the technique more than the baseline. And what it is with L'Afrique, American, Calypso, the baseline is more important than the technique. You learn the baseline and then you learn the technique. If you got it good, then you can go, oh, avec la pop, avec du pop. But that is all after you know the baseline. And it's Papan, very simple, avec la pop, oh, ooh la la, beaucoup technique, missed the goal. Yeah. So it's learn the baseline and then add the technique, rather than try to add the technique to the baseline. And when it comes to level 42, yeah, you can literally start there. And you start from there. And as you get faster, then you realize, then you can fit those like kind of things in. Then those kind of things begin to make more sense. You see them more, or you can use them. But if you try to do it that way, then you won't learn the baseline. It's like what Felipe is doing. He's got the technique. He's been told that you get to that bit and you've got to put a pop in there. No, you've got to play the baseline. change the technique a bit. That's what I might be doing. If I did it, I might start changing the technique over the open A, for example. Something that I might actually start doing. Um, when you hear when you hear me playing like this, it's a bit like the bass player from Earth, Wind and Fire. When you hear him playing without the music, it sounds a little bit weird. And that's sometimes I have to put the music in, so I might need I need the Shot Contender again. So what it is that I might start using the open A. So I'd look at different things. Anyway, so I'm finishing off on this. I'm not going to go into all the details. I'd like to obviously thank, because he is the Shot Contender, and that's from me. I endorse it. People don't think that Lee Travis ain't the Shot Contender. Lee Travis is the Shot Contender, and that's final. There's no all scratchy chin or anything. Lee, he's a great level 42 guy. He was on the internet many years ago. Obviously, there was loads of bass players on the internet, so he never knew people like us, the older bass players. He never knew anything about that. He come back, he started singing. I went over, because there was other guys out there that was doing level 42. They weren't singing, so he did it. So now he can say he's got two brains, but, he knows what it's like with the symphony that you have to use. So I'd like to thank Lee and those guys in this video. Also, I'd like to thank Philippe Deho from Europe. I'm not sure where he's from. It sounds like he's from France. He could be from Switzerland. If he's from Switzerland, he's very, very intelligent. You know what I mean? So what it is for the European guys is exactly what happened to Mozart, Philip. It's exactly what happened to Mozart. When Mozart began to play music, it was all technical. At the age of 4, he was a technical genius on the piano. And they never let him out the building. And then one day he left the building, he went downtown. And when he went downtown, he went to all the low places where all the poor people were, and he heard their music. He never realized they had their own music. And when he heard their music, what did he learn? The most important thing is that the music is on the one. What does Bootsy say? It's on the one. On the one. That one can be anywhere, by the way, guys. You decide where you want that one to be. You keep it a secret. And then you tell everybody it's there. And then everybody joins in. So that's what it is. It's the Bootsy rule. It's the bass line more than the technique. The bass line is important. And it just has to be that one note. It doesn't have to be all of this. It just be that one. And that's enough. And you go in the club and they're all going crazy and no, rewind it. You imagine Dave Chappelle doing a joke like this. He goes, I went in this club and there's this unbelievable bass player and he's playing a bass line like this. And it went on for ages and all the people were saying, rewind, rewind. So that's what it is for the guys in Europe. Are we against it? No. Is it a true story? Yes, it is. You imagine the guys are going, you see, he's telling the true story. The guys came to London, and when they went to jam, they went, slow down. Slow down. You go, yeah, stop. Stop. Yes, slow down and stop. Show us the bass line. It could be anything, man. Well, show us a bass line so I know what to play. Not that he knew what to play, that he knew how to use the technique to play the bass line. Without the technique, they can't play the bass line. And once you got that technique, then it was that kind of tune and that kind of technique all the way through the jam. You couldn't change it. You couldn't swap it out now because it'd get lost and have to kind of go away and have to go like that and like that. That's it. That's it. And then come back. And you'd have to point like that and they go and now he's got the bass line. So when you think of it in terms of the Americans and you slip back and see, like, you know, how many yards away the Europeans are. I mean, they're literally on the other side. They're not even at the halfway line for the guys in America. Some of the guys, when it comes to understanding bass lines, you know, the technique is more important. That's what they're looking at. It's the technique. But then they forget that all of those techniques, everybody else does them. It's, you know, I saw a guy even in America. They still use the same. I don't, you know, I'm learning them, but I don't necessarily use them. But everybody else uses them. So when they say, oh, by the way, but I can play like this, well, so can the other guy. What is it? I'm not going to go into it because it's not something. You know, they start going into these contagion tangents. You know, so contagion is something that happens. It used to happen on guitar in the 70s, even in the 80s with rock guitarists, and all of a sudden you've got like thousands of rock guitarists with the same bridge setup, the same solo, same sweeping method, the same flick back of hair. Stevie Vai, they flick their hair back at the same time in the solo. You know, and you're looking for a different guitarist and you can't find one because everybody's going to play the guitar the same way. So sometimes that does refer to bass as well. Not against it, but you know, that's what it is for the guys out there. And so when you see the Americans go, and there they are, it's the Britons and Americans, and it really looks bad, and they look round at Europe, and Europe are like not even like they're like, and it's like 7.3 yards. The Europeans still believing it, you know, still scratching their heads when they see the Pele video, going, how did he do it? You know, imagine the European, how did he do it? And there's all these other guys that do the same thing. Why? Because that's what it is. They're going for the technique and not the bass. The bass line is the last thing on their head, on their mind. Not realising that at the end, this is the Philippa, as I showed you. You go down as low as you can. Right the way down. All the way down. All the way down. Way, way back. Buku back. Right the way back to the beginning. You take it all the way down, and that becomes your deep memory of where that bass line would be. Even guys like Mark King in Secret go, let me try it. I go, yeah, try it, because that'll be the deep, deep back of what the bass line actually is. And the difficult part of the bass line is, because what you're doing is you're doing it minimalist. You can play it like that. To get that feel. It's difficult to get that, you know. So to Philippe, beaucoup don, don la don for the bass line. Don't believe me? John Petrucci. In the 1990s, John Petrucci, all technique solo on electric guitar. Now you see John Petrucci, beaucoup don, la don, very, very big don behind. In Italian, behind, with a double bass. So when you've got guys like John Petrucci, you know, this really outrageous slap bass line, yeah, you can learn the outrageous slap bass line, and then you can go the complete opposite and learn it in the most prudent way. Charlie Mingus. Anyway, I'm going round, you know, so I'm not, sorry, I beg your pardon. So what it is in those little bits at the end, for guys like Philippe, I was just drifting off there, for Philippe and the guys in Europe, not necessarily guys in Britain, you know, obviously the guys that are doing slapping the bass, so that's what it is. You go very deep into the bass line, and then that becomes the embediment of 43 when you want to have a listen to it in a really, really deep way. You know, imagine like, you know, a guy playing a 43 on double bass. Well, that's what it would start sounding like. You know, so I'm not playing it at the right speed. I don't know whether I can do that. You know, so, you know, play at the same tempo. And then you've got this delve area of the bass where the bass line fits, where you can hear the bass line. So, I've got a cup of tea here. I'm on a Kyoko diet. Remember Del Boy? You haven't seen Del Boy. Some people don't like Del Boy, by the way. There's a couple of local bods that don't like Del Boy. I was really surprised. They don't like him. But anyway, it's like a Del Boy movie. And he goes, all right, Del Boy. And they go, yeah, not too bad. How's it going? Yeah, not too bad. He goes, well, what are you doing? He goes, I'm on one of these Kyoko diets. I mean, yeah, Kyoko diet. Yeah, it means I don't eat. Well, yeah. Well, the reason why I don't eat is because I've got no money. So I call it a Kyoko diet, yeah? Like, because I've got no money, I can't eat. So I've had a Kyoko diet over the weekend. Money's pretty tight. I'm not in a bad way, guys. Well, I could be in a bad way, but I don't know whether I'd go on the internet and start saying I'm in a bad way. So in this first part of the video, we've had a look at level 42. Not all the way, it was just looking at the bass line, you know, so that Philip and those guys could understand something. Because obviously, he's saying, it's like, where am I going wrong? So where he's going wrong is not following the bass line, adding too much technique, beaucoup technique. And then right at the end of the video saying, you know, not Like guys like John Petitucci, they're going in reverse and learning it really deep, nice and deep, comfortably deep. And that's what I was doing when I done the review. That's where I was. I was actually learning the bass line. I was learning that because it's enriching. It empowers you. It's like where the bass goal is. That it's where it is dead on. If the ball comes to you and you just got to hit it dead on, you don't have to move. And he doesn't have to move. It's just going to hit him and go in the goal. So now you know where all of that is on the bass, and that can be a really powerful asset when you're learning bass lines, because now you can go somewhere where the guys are not looking. They wouldn't see it. You've got a minimalist, and then you've got more advantageous. Remember, when I show you this stuff, I'm only showing it stage 1. Stage 2 will be much more advantageous, and then stage 3 will be somewhere getting closer into the world of John Scofield or somebody like that, at that level. Anyway, so we're going to dial back from the music, and in this part of the video, hopefully if I get this right, I'm going to show you around my studio. I wanted to do this before and it crashed, so I want to do it again. So I'm going to do this video, hopefully. So that will mean just trying to think here what it will mean. I might be able to do this. Trying to think. Right, so I want to go back to that screen while I do it, and then I can come back here and then maybe possibly mess around and then do the screens again, possibly, if I get it sorted out and I've got to look at the time. Right, so the first thing I'm going to do is I've got to minimize this screen. Not minimize the screen, that's not the right thing. I've got to change the screen is the right thing. I've got this all set up, hopefully. That's it. Right, let's have a look. Let's have a look. We've got something there. Aha, I know what I haven't got. I haven't got you. I've got me, but I haven't got you. So it's a me video at the moment, guys. That's no good. So I've got to find you, otherwise I might be able to do this. My channel. Create. Go live. Waiting. Manage. Right, I'm back in. Yes. I'm back in. Right, so I can move that over there. Or I can maximize it so I can see myself. So I can see, if I need to see people in the chat, I can see people in the chat. I'm using OBS tonight, guys. I'm not using StreamYard, because obviously I might decide to go into different areas tonight. There's, other topics that we can talk about. I've got my own theories on things as well, which can be very, right. So what it is with OBS. So now I've got OBS. There is OBS, that's me. So now it's video capture. So you can't see me at the moment. So I've got video capture. And if I minimise that screen and bring that over here, and now I've got this nearly there. Show a bigger picture. There is the bigger picture. You can still hear me talking. And now, when I go like this will move. And this is my movable webcam. And I think I may have made a mistake already. And I think I have. And I'm going to try and work out if I can save the mistake. It's a very fundamental mistake. I'm just going to close this down. Okay. Now, this is a really serious mistake because I might lose the internet connection. But we're going to look at the wire and think about this and find out whether we can do it. Emergency light. Looking for me torch. Torch. Shut up, there's the noise outside. Look, they're all driven back. Come on with the movie. We're outside watching. Right, we found the wire. What it is a USB cable that's not long enough for me to do what I want to do. So I'm going to check now to find out how I'm connected to the internet. If I go here, nope. It's getting a bit sticky here. Will it work? Right, close. I close that. Reopen it. Settings. Internet connection. Connected to the internet. Show properties. I believe I'm connected by Wi-Fi, so I'm going to do this. Because it doesn't normally come up like this. I'm just going to double check. Check. Internet adapter options. Wi-Fi. Wi-Fi not connected. Wi-Fi not connected. Bluetooth not connected. Ethernet. Oh, Ethernet. Let's see if I can connect via Wi-Fi. Maybe something with a phone. I'll close this. Close this. Close that. Right, so I've closed that. Wi-Fi not connected. Let's have a look. gone to the wrong place. Mobile hotspot. Alright, that's going to there. Oh, let me have a look. I'm going to try something. I'm going to try something a bit weird here. Not weird. I was looking at that. I don't know whether people could see that. No. You might not be able to see anything here, guys. I'll bring the screen back so you can see something. Should be able to. Maybe not with that one. This one. Just while I'm fiddling around with this. So I want to go here. I want to go here. Connection excellent. So what I need to do is go back. Just going to checking something else out here. Okay, guys, what I'm going to try and do might not work. It might work. It might not work. Where am I? Why can't I see anything? Oh, I'm over there. Yeah, I'm there. Why can't the guys see anything? Can the guys see anything? Can the people on the internet see anything? Oh, I stopped playing it. Right, so what I'm going to do, guys, is I'm going to try and do an emergency jump. It is possible to do this, where you lose the connection just for a while, and you can get it back. So I'm going to give it a try. If not, I'll come back. The video will stop and I'll just come back. But I want to get everything right first of all and make sure I'm on the right page, so that when I jump, I immediately am on the right page to re-engage. That's it, on that page. So here goes. Hold on, make sure I got it right. So here goes. Try that. Am I still there? Yeah, I'm still there. I did it. So what I did is I disconnected the live internet connection and reconnected it, and I didn't lose the thing. I've just got lick wounds. You might not hear this in America. We've got our own terminology now. So what I'm doing is licking wounds. What does that mean? So I'll bring that over here. Check this page. This is just to check to see that I'm on the internet, that people are still watching. That's correct. Come back to OBS. That is correct. Check screen. That is correct. Check screen. Correct. Right. So now I'm going to get Droid Cam again. Hopefully it will work. Droid Cam. And it looks like I've got two OBSs up here. Getting a bit nervous. Oh no. So Droid cam. Started. So I'm going to move that out of the way. Now you can see this. Maybe what I can do is, well, I don't think I can do that because I won't be here really, because I'll be moving around. Sunday night, West End. You usually get a few crews coming to the West End for some unknown reason. Right, so I've got that there. And now I can do this and go like that and get the bigger one and come back to Droid Cam. So now I've got the bigger one. Just seeing the size. It's round about right. Just make it smaller for a moment. A little bit bigger. That should do. A little bit smaller. So you can see the edges. You know where the edges are. There's me. Somewhere. Yeah, there I am. Look, there I am. Okay, so everything's set now. So now I've done that, licked my wounds. Cup of tea. You can see me. I'm here. I'll make myself bigger for the moment while I make myself a cup of tea. As we do in England, I can actually go onto the page, see if anyone's writing. Chat disconnected. Please wait a while we try to reconnect you. Successfully connected. So what happened is that in order to make this video work, I really need to have a longer cable. So now I've got a longer cable. Forgot to put the longer cable on before I went live. And the reason why I'm doing this is so I can show you around my little studio. I wanted to do this before. I met some guys. I went to a studio last year. And I met a guy that was into sound engineering. And I said, I'll do a video one day where you can actually see, you know, my sort of like home studio and see what I've got in there. And I tried to do a lot of live video. Yeah, funk, man. So I'm going to show you around my house now. Yeah, I'm going to show you around my house. We was looking at level 42 and we turned it down into Charlie Mingus and showing how the European guys, how the Charlie Mingus version of 43 by level 42 is a good idea because it makes you see the very basic bass line. You don't see the technique, you just see the bass line. So now I'm going to show you around my flat, man. You're going to see some things in my flat. I've got it all set up to do. What I'm doing is having a tea break first of all. And by having a tea break, I'm just going to check OBS so you can see me. You can see me. By having the tea break, then we can slowly go round. And what it is, it's live, so there might be things where I've got to switch things on, turn things off. Maybe things might blow up. Crackly connections. All possible. But I want to show people what I've got in my little studio tonight. And what I've done is I'm using a Droid Cam. So I'm going to be using, I've got a webcam here, but I'm going to use Droid Cam. I'm going to use the mobile phone because it's not a bad camera. It's better than the webcams I have. So I'm going to show you around. Really, I should have some music for this. I might try and get some music, maybe in the background. Let's see whether I can do that. Get some free, copyright free. Oh, sorry about that. Sorry about this, guys. I'm using two screens here. Yeah, copyright free music. Missed it. Delete. So I'm going to put some copyright free music in the background. 12 hours of copyright free music background for YouTube. Don't know whether you can hear it, but you might be able to hear it. Okay, let's get this show on the road. Go back to OBS. So we've got a camera here. We're going to start getting ready to show you the studio. It's like a lot of hard work for me, but I'm going to do it. So I'm showing you over here, guys. I can move this around a bit, but I can zoom in as well. So you can see my on-call base. And you can see my stag base. So right down here, this is my PV amplifier. So I'm just going to put this here a second. I'm going to try and move this a little bit so I can get a little bit more so you can see. What you can see going down. See that? That's a PV busking amp. What it is I've put white plastic around the outside of it. Above that, I've got like a house amp by Roland. So that's a busking amp, and that is a small indoor guitar amp. This is my main amp. It's not a bass amp. It's by Trucker. Solid state, street, ghetto blast amp. Flies run. When you turn this on, flies run away. It's not a bass amp, it's a guitar amp. And above that, I've got my new busking amp. I've only used it a few times. Zoom out. PV. This is the white amp, black amp, Roland above it, trucker, solid state, 1970s, 1980s amp. And above that, the standard modern busking ghetto blaster. And you can see my two basses in the corner with some artwork. These artworks work under UV lighting, so when you look at them at the moment, they don't look good. When you put the UV light on them, they begin to glow. You might see this is my deck. I'm not going to play it tonight, guys, but it is a record deck. Just go so you can actually see Newmark record deck. I need to put the needle in order to play it. Give all of these signs here, so there it is. Sorry to get some weird signs on my phone. That's the UV light. Stretching the cable as far as I can. This is not great, so I want to get closer than this so you can see things. It's my remote control. Italian job. You're only supposed to just blow the bleeding doors off. There you go. It's my classic clock I've had for many years. Many people like this. I got it in Soho. There was a shop that was closing down. There's my name, BE1. So I've got my thing, as you can see. So I've got decks. When you zoom into this, you'll see something here. This is for the Americans. Here we go. It's an American stealth aeroplane. Very, very small, but you can easily see that it is. I think it's called the F-117 or something. This is the British one I've had for a few years. This is the Harrier jump jet. Harrier jump jet. And above that, I've got my Rubik cubes. A few things there. Here, I've got a speaker. I've got a microphone. One of them's actually on the floor. It's supposed to be a light, but I'm still working on that to turn it into a light. It does work as a light, but it's got outdated batteries. Now everybody has rechargeable USB batteries. They're the old AA batteries. Behind there you can see my condenser mic. There's a condenser mic behind there in the corner. So that's my Harrier jump jet, British. There's my American stealth bomber on top of one of the speakers. And my does work. Got remote control. Very easy to use. My only car, well, I've got another car actually, but I'm not going to show you that one. Well, I've got another car, but I think I've got two or three. You're only supposed to blow the bleeding doors off. Oh, all right then. Cyberdog, as you can see. So this is my corner where I've got my, you could argue, outboard. Let's say someone phones me up and I've got to play somewhere. I've got the busking amp. I've got my truck at 70 amp, it's not great. I've got the other busking amp that I could use. I've got a little indoor house amp that I can just use for general jamming. That's the one that I normally use, is the Roland. It's about 5-10 watts. So these paintings that you can see, they only work under UV light, so they don't look great at the moment. So I think we go this way. So we're going to drop down. So you're going to see our cat, Mr. Bookie, in the film. There is Mr. Bookie. You can see a little bit of the West End now. I'm not going to do too much of that because location-wise. So this is where, if someone comes around, that's where they normally sit. This is my table. You know, let's say they want a cup of tea. I've got cat food there. I've got magnifying glass. I've got 2 magnifying glasses there. There's my guitar, which is another PV. It's a real PV guitar. I might put jazz strings on this now. This is a new thing that I might be doing. Got some speakers there. We didn't see the speakers. So we'll zoom in here. And we can see the speakers here. 1 speaker, 2 speakers, 3 speakers. And a speaker there. So there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 speakers working. Should be 6. I think it's only 4 that are working. There's another speaker in the corner there. You can see. So this is my guitar. I'm going to change the strings, possibly to jazz strings with this. And this is where the TV, I don't watch TV anymore, but this is the TV shelf. Zoom in. It's a Smurf. I don't know, I recognise them, but I don't know who they are. That's a Lego person. 2 cats. Thunderbirds. Anybody know Thunderbirds? 2 Thunderbird ones, a Thunderbird 3 and a Thunderbird 4. I think the blue one is supposed to be Thunderbird 2. There's some little pets sitting on the couch. Some of the dongles that I use. That one's a good one. That one in the back is a good one. That's the old LEB top-up key that I've still got. I'm keeping that. The end of all on smart meters and digital now. Now this, try and zoom out, you might not be able to understand this, guys. It says 17 Cherry Tree Lane. That's what it says. 17 Cherry Tree Lane. If the people don't know where that address is, that's where Mary Poppins used to apparently live in London. Because I live in the West End, I've got there's a Mary Poppins musical on in the West End, and they threw that away, so I picked it up and kept it. The same with the Tron poster in Leicester Square. I had Tron, and the post, it was over, so I picked that up. Now you can see my bass. This is my main bass, Moby Dick. I'm going to have to keep remembering the names of the other basses or rename them in order to remember them. There's the Billie Holiday Flower. Ray Charles is in it for some reason. Obviously, sunglasses, which goes into some of my sunglasses. They're not in the right order there. It should be red, gold and green, but they're the moment they're gold, red, and green. It's normally red, gold, and green. Sunglasses, a little bit of Tom here. As you can see, this is my Limelight trophy. This actually came up again, actually, with the Americans, although the Americans didn't know this. There was a band called Fun Loving Criminals, and they actually started out in Limelights in New York and came to London, and actually came to Limelights in London. And I never knew the reason why we had to go and see this band, because I didn't want to go and see them. I said, no, you must go and see this band. So what it is with the Fun Loving Criminals is that they based all their music on the fact that they said that they were connected to the guys in New York. So bare minimum, this is actually connected to the fun-loving criminals who talk about the club Limelight in New York. And this is Limelight London. And that's my trophy. It's not made up. That's real. That's real, guys. It's not made up. That's real. So that's my glasses there. Little bits of Tom. Not that much. More sunglasses, as you can see. And then as we go up to the trophy, more sunglasses, headphones, Covent Garden, West End. Go around here, these are some of the records that I've got. Vinyl. We go up here, this is where I keep my Star Wars stuff. And then as we go up onto the ceiling, which I'll show you if I can zoom out. See that the ceiling is soundproofed. See the ceiling? It's got all soundproofing on. Hey, hey. Didn't know I could speak cat. There's the Atari, the old Atari that's now broken. We'll show that in the live video, hopefully. Might be able to show something in there. And I think that's where we're lapping ourselves. Well, I don't know whether it's crashed. Has it crashed? Has it crashed? No. We'll find out now whether all of that crashed or whether people saw it or not. We don't know. They've all disappeared. No. Let's check here. Oh, no. I know what I've done. I know what I've done. I know what I've done. Oh, no. See that? Oh, man. Don't believe it. I've got to start all over again. See what they do? See what happens? That's right, recheck. Right, OBS, recheck. I can see myself. I'm there, and that is there. Right, that's like that. That's done. Right, check the phone. Check it. Look, I'm pressing the button, man. What's wrong with you? Right, I'm up to date. So, another tea break. Start again. I've got to feed the cat without treading on a cable. Come on in. Wee! Wee! I had it really, really good, and I pressed the button, and it flipped out, and it flipped out a droid cam. For that 15 minutes, there was nothing. So again, you can see our PV busking amp, Roland, and next to that, a trucker. It's not a bass amp. It's an old late 70s, early 80s guitar amp. And I've got another busking amp here. They all work. What does that mean? So it means if someone phoned me up, I've got to go somewhere, I've got a choice of 4 amps that I could use. They're not great, but they work. This is what it's all about. There's my two basses. The Encore. Did you see that? Did you see that? Hold on, let me see if you saw it. Hold on. It's a cat. What's it say? Why won't it pair? Well, he's done something very deliberate to this and run away. Disconnected. This is the third time. Hold on, let's check over USB. Go away. I don't want to see it. Go away. Right, I've got to double check this for a second here, guys. First of all, I've got to check whether I'm still live. I don't know. Am I still live? Let me check OBS. Yeah, I am. So what it was there, guys, that's Live and Pets. He was begging for food. I gave him food, and he jumped right on the computer, and he's jumped on it such a way it's not connecting. Live and Pets. Live and Pets. They said it in Hollywood. That was so right in Hollywood, I suppose. And what it is that the phone is acting really strange as well. This is what happened to the other guy last night. He's going, I've got everything right. And so what it is that let me just check one more thing here. He jumps right on the connection. Because normally there's two. So that's right, I think. Money in out on there. Can't check on there. Let's have a look. There's some messages. Droid cam active. Keep pressing the wrong one. It's just weird why it won't come back. It's got restraints on it. So it must be running in the background. Hold on. Clear. That's it. Still doesn't do it. Right, let's try now. Looks good. That's it. So we're back. I've got to do all the checks again. Check, back check, screen check, weight check. Oh man. The cat jumped on the cable. Knew exactly where to jump in order to create the disconnection. Just waiting for it to come now on the deleted screen. Just waiting. Should turn up. Yeah, that's it. Right, so I'm up to date. I was even behind on the video. Right, so tea break. We start again. Right, here we go again. So that's a PV busking amp. Okay, they're 15 to 25 watts. Above that, that's a Roland guitar amp, indoor amp, not busking, only for indoors, 15, 25 watts. Trucker amplifier, 70s, solid state, not a bass amp, just an amplifier. Above that, just pinching the screen out. Got my working shoes on top of it. Busking amplifier. So that's all my amplifiers if I need to go out. Busking amp, loud amp, smaller busking amp, indoor amp. Out of all of those, the indoor amp is the one I use the most. You see my bass, encore. Music Man copy. Stag. I've got the decks, or deck, does work. I'm not using it tonight, it does work. Classic from Soho, got it in the Sal, as you can see. Atari speakers, got the new, these are I'm zooming in here for the guys out there because this is live. So I like doing a few jokes and all of this. So these speakers, they come from fingers on the buttons. DJ fingers, ooh, when you press the buttons, on the buttons. He was doing a joke about the fake DJs on the internet where it's not using cheap buttons, they don't use any buttons, but they always make it look as though they're hot. So there's the deck, Newmark deck. It does work. It's basically ready to go, but it's just a belt drive deck, not a locked deck. It's belt drive. I might need to get a new belt one day. I've had it for a long time, and before it crashed, we were looking here. What is that? That is an American stealth bomber on one of the speakers. And over here is the RAF jump jet. I like my models. This is all thing that I'm still working on. Behind it is a condenser mic that I can use at any given time. So these are a few of the outboard stuff that I have. Busking amps, street cave amp just to get the sound, another busking amp, indoor amp, hi-fi speakers here that we'll look at later on. Now, you must not tread on the cable. I do not tread on the cable, moving away from the West End so you don't actually see Times Square or anything. This is my PV guitar. PV guitar. Bought in installments. Bod had a guitar, wanted to sell it. I never had the money, but he said I could buy it in bits and bobs, and I did. Nice guitar. I'm thinking of putting jazz guitar strings on this now. I might have to put my money where my mouth is. And this is the old TV, or in England we call it telly. I don't use it anymore, but this is the telly shelf. You can see my little increments. This is why I want to do it for the guys, because got a Smurf there. This is why it keeps going like this, actually. And what it is, it's not as smooth as I expect it to be. And that's because you have to pay. Because you're not paying for it, they don't allow it to be that smooth. Thunderbirds. People on the sofa. Someone wearing a Unijack trousers, little spaceship. There's the Obotron. What I call the Obotron dongle. So that's the TV shelf. There's a Bob Marley can there. They were selling Bob Marley soft drinks once. For people that might remember that. So just coming out here a bit. So this is the TV shelf. You go here. This is 17 Cherry Tree Lane. You go 17 Cherry Tree Lane. Where is that? I go, well, my friends, that's the address of Mary Poppins. Yes, doe a deer. That's where they're from. There is a street in London, in North London, called Cherry Tree Lane. But what it was is there was a play in the West End. So this comes from one of the billboards, and I picked it up. So this is the address of Mary Poppins. It's good that I do it now, actually. And, so you may have seen this before. It's behind a few things here. I'll move that out of the way. So you can see, so there's a Tron poster. So that's from Leicester Square. This is round the corner, not far away. So many years ago, Tron was on. And the poster was just there, and I just picked it up. And that's an official, real poster from the West End. You won't get one of these because it's on hard cardboard. Which takes us round to here that I've already done. So we zoom in. It looks all Tom. All your Tomsies. All your little bits of Tom, nothing. Yeah. And so when you zoom in, not trillion. Oh, I have. Don't believe it. I've got to do it all over again. I've got to make sure that I'm connected. Sorry about this. I don't believe it. I've got to be connected. Just hope that it's still there. Or wait. Go like that, maybe. Just waiting. Come on. Don't tread on the cable. And what did I do? I've done a Delboy and tread on the cable. Yeah. So this is all the Tom here. Zoom in. Limelights. This is my trophy. With a little bit of Tom on there. It's not much. It's not like millions of pounds or anything. So there's a story actually on the internet for the Americans actually with this because there's a band called the Fine Loving Criminals, and their story came on the internet. It was all about them working in Limelights in New York and saying how crazy the nightclub was. It was a wild nightclub and how they were supposed to be involved with the mob, and then created a band based on being involved in the mob. And I remember going to seeing them in Finsbury Park. And I was, why are we going to see this band? And they're going, because they're good. But I didn't realise. So in America, there is this thing with the fine loving criminals. They talk about Limelights. And this is the official trophy of Limelights in London. That's real. It's not made up. That's my Oscar. You know what I mean? Have you got an Oscar? Yeah, that is my Oscar. So you come round where I sit. Above, I've got records. Got records and speakers. This is where I am. This is my bass. You can see my glasses. They're not in order here. Red, gold, and green glasses. Also got glasses here. So I've got loads of glasses. Glasses here. So there's like 4, 5. That's 10. Got more glasses, and I'm actually was wearing glasses, another pair of glasses anyway, while I was doing this video. So I've got about 12 pairs of glasses really on average. So I wanted to do this as a live video. I don't know whether people were actually watching it or not. I can't see anybody watching it. Maybe because it crashed so many times. So you can go round. So you can see over there, that's where all the outboard, heavy outboard stuff. You can actually see me where I've been eating here. Soul food. In America, they would actually call it soul food. We don't call it soul food here, we just call it food. So they're my outboard speakers. The one with the white casing has seen the most amount of playtime, hours of playtime. And obviously the trucker, this is where I made the mistake before. The trucker next door to it, seen a lot of hours. The one that's seen the least amount of hours is this. Last time I played it, I got stopped. And then this small amplifier, you know, someone says, come round my house. I ain't got an amplifier, then I'll probably take that. It's not loud, but it works. We're not into quality here. We're into that it works over here. So this is where I am, and this is what I have. And one of the reasons why I want to do this video as well is because of the guy that I saw in the studio. Because it's not just, you know, I've got a flat and I've got, you know, computers and stuff. So I said I'll do a video on how all of that works. What it is, it's not really great for live and streaming, but it was more for recording and stuff. So as you can see at the moment, you might be able to see one screen here, two screens here, three screens here. So if I zoom out, you can start to see a few screens here now, guys. Yeah. And what we're going to do is we're going to start explaining some of this stuff. You can't really see it. Zoom in, there's pieces here. You go, what is that? How does it all work? So what it is in the video, that's what I want to do in this video, is show people what all this is. Particularly for the guys that work in the studio, because I did say that I was going to show them this. And at the moment it just looks kind of straightforward. It's, you know, you're just looking at something, but then we'll start going into it. But what I'm going to do is obviously have a tea break here, guys. So I hope you enjoyed seeing around what I've got. Now you can see what it is that I've got here. So over here is all the outboard speakers. Over here is the decks. Then obviously I've got little bits of paraphernalia around. These paintings, by the way, they don't look very good, but they're for UV lighting. You can actually see the UV light next door to it. I don't know whether I'll get that on tonight. I might try, if I can try to get it on. So these paintings that you can see, they're not really designed for how you see them. They're actually designed for UV. Yeah. So the cat's coming. He broke it. So what I'm going to do is get rid of the cat here, because he purposely broke the connection. Yeah. You'll see the cat later on, maybe. So I'm just having a tea break, guys. Just having a tea break. Yeah, I have 2 sugars in my milk, like, yeah. I have 2 sugars in my milk. Yeah, I have 2 sugars in my milk, please. I'll have 2 sugars in my milk. Do you want any sugar in your tea? No, I'll have milk in my tea. Did it take? Well, you know what they say, a watch pot never boils. Yeah, you're right, watch pot never boils. Now, there's another thing in this live video, right? I owe someone £5. I forgot to pay them. I stone cold forgot until I got back and I went, you mug. So I owe someone £5. So I'm going to go down maybe tomorrow and leave the £5 for them. I owe someone £5. I'm an idiot. I owe someone £5. I'm an idiot. I owe someone £5. I'm an idiot. Yeah, well, I'm like one of them idiot like type blacks like that though. And they drink champagne and they can't find like where they and then they learn because they can't find their obviously I'm going to speak in languages so it's like they're batty. So I've got a big moth here coming out somewhere. Okay, so I'm going to try and show you what I actually use in terms of music and the internet. Um, what it is that when I was doing that, it was all sideways. Didn't realise that. So when you're watching the video, I'm doing it sideways. Now I can actually see it, but hopefully I shouldn't go too wrong at this particular point. So what it is you can see that there's a laptop here. So I'm actually streaming from this laptop and using Droid Cam and having a few problems with it. A cat jumped on it, I lost the connection, blah, 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 blah. Now, obviously, the reason why I've got this laptop is that in a few days, Windows 10 is no longer going to be officially supported. So some people have jumped on and, you know, are now upgrading to Windows 11. So this is my upgrade for Windows 11. And it's quite a good computer. Obviously, let's do a few bod there's a couple of bods go, yeah, share something about it then. So it's 11th generation i7. Now they've got Snapdragon. I mean, I think there was a time maybe last year where you could get Snapdragon quite cheap, and then it kind of disappeared. So now they're pushing Snapdragon over all of the other generations. So this is the 11th generation of the i7. The reason for that is obviously with the lower I ranges is they don't support Windows 11 actually. Some people have got i5 and realise it's just outside the support for Windows 11. So I'm very happy about this laptop. What it would be, this would actually be a private video, for example, you know, because it's not product placement. You know, I'm not doing it, you know, this is a product placement where I'm pretty sure someone will go, well, this is, I actually sold this, you know, blah, blah, blah. And he's saying it's a very good computer. So I'm going to close the lid on this, hopefully, and it should still work. Closing the lid. Yes. What about the music? I've got it re-enabled. Re-enabled music. So I've closed the lid, and you can see another pair of sunglasses here. I'm not like Lucy, but I haven't got one pair of sunglasses. I've got sunglasses. I've got about 12 pairs of sunglasses, basically, modestly. I should be wearing a pair of sunglasses now, and I can't find them. So what we're doing now is really looking at basically going under the hood here, really. I'm going to try. Oh, what's happening now? It's there. Oh, don't say that everybody missed that. So if they've missed it, I'm just going to go back. If you've missed it or it's all blind, we'll go back. So down here, they're all the amps. They're outboard amps. And if what you use outside, 2 basses, encore, stag bass, beanie. There's my decks. Over in that corner, if I can zoom in, zoom in. Isn't it weird how this is going? This is what's happening, guys. This is new level. Can't really see, but you can. See my RAF model. Zoom in again. Zoom in, drill on the cable. The bleeding doors off, baby. Yeah, but that's not what you see. We'll talk about that later. Local speakers going into it again. We can do it again. Zooming right in. What we got here? Special speakers. Right. These are DJ when your fingers, when you're like fake DJ, and they pretend they're a DJ and they go, ooh, they go like that. They go, now let me do it here. The guy showed me how to do it. Because when you're doing it fake, you go like that and go, ooh, ooh. It's all fake. Anyway, not that this DJ was fake, but this DJ wasn't. He taught me that. What it is with this, as well, he might know it as well. Random off. Don't do anything. It'll just do that. I think what it is the vibration. Now look, I've done that. It's all straight. How comes it's gone crooked again? Because of the vibration. If I can do this, I'm going to do it. I'm going to try. Sorry about that. What it was is that obviously there's adverts. So I'm not trying to do the adverts. I thought it would be copyright without adverts. Right. Anyway, that's just in case you didn't see it. Now the cat's come back again and he's playing a funny game. Playing games today. It's all on the table. Sorry about this, guys. The cat's was on the cable earlier. He's coming back, and I've only just got around the first bend. You know what I mean? So you've got to be like trying to get it. Why am I? Right, so just waiting here for a second. Right. Okay. So what it is working out all this stuff here, which is really the stuff that's under the hood. Not that. It's like the engine. Over here, that's stuff that I can use. That's stuff if I've got to go out. Over here, if I'm indoors, then this is the stuff that I use. So I'm going to get rid of that sound now. Because it's like time to concentrate. Sometimes when you've got music on, you don't really realise what you're seeing. So as you can see here, guys, I've got two screens. I've got two screens. That means I've got two computers, not one, two. Now, the reason why I turn the music off is because it gets a little bit confusing. Underneath this computer, there is a you can actually see that there's a tower. I'm pointing at it. So you would assume that this screen is to do with that computer. And over here there's a screen, and underneath there's a computer. So you would assume that that screen is to do with that computer. What it is, it's the opposite way round, unfortunately. The reason why I point it out is it can be confusing, because I might point at something and you might not understand what's going on. So this computer is attached, that screen, I beg your pardon, let's try and get this back, come back. So this screen is attached to that mainframe computer, and this screen is attached to that mainframe computer. And this laptop is a laptop that I'm using at the moment to stream the video. The reason why I got this laptop is because none of these laptops are compatible to Windows 11. So this computer, this mainframe, that's a quad-core Windows 10 quad-core Dell tower. When I first got it, found it when I first got it, it was really fast. But now it's incompatible to Windows 11. It doesn't have TMP. There's certain things that it doesn't have. You can put Windows 11 on it, but it could be unstable. This computer is Windows XP. So I use Windows XP, and I can use it on the internet as well. You can get internet on Windows XP. They've got a new light platform where you can go and look on the internet. The light platform means that you can watch things, but the sound quality is really, really bad, unwatchable, almost unlistenable to a certain extent, because it will slow down and speed up. Well, you can use it on a normal platform, and you can get the audio, but then the downloading and the buffer rate is really, really slow. I'm just trying to get this in. So I've got Windows 10 and Windows XP. So why have I got Windows XP? Well, the reason why is because behind this computer I've got a PCI slot, and that PCI slot is the old Maya sound card with the audio inputs that are phono inputs rather than the headphone inputs. They use RAC, kind of hi-fi inputs. And also you've got MIDI in and out, which you might not need to use so much today. Now you can get these same kind of sound cards on modern PCs with a faster PCI slot, but to get the same kind of sound card, it's around about £250. Yeah, so what it is with this XP PC, I'm kind of getting the same quality sound card that you would get today for £250. And obviously the computer that I've got, again, you might not be able to see this computer, but they might say something. So again, I've had this computer for about 2 years. It works really well. There was a time where it was making a lot of noise, and it's because it was a little bit dusty. Really, I should put some silver paste on it, paste it up again, and maybe that might get rid of the sound. So the reason why I have this XP is that it runs the old sound card. And not only does it run the old sound card, it runs the old Cubase system. Not the very old Cubase system, but the very early Cubase system, which is what the computer that I got was actually based on, is Cubase. So what it is that these two computers are connected, right? But they're not connected via computers, they're connected through audio by using a mixing desk. And the mixing desk is here. This is the interface between the two computers. Try and get over it, stand over it so you can actually see it. Many people will know these. So it's a Behringer, standard Behringer 4-track mixing desk. So what's happening is this computer, it has a line out that is going into the phono of the Behringer, and then from the Behringer it's going into I'll turn the lights off here for a second so you can see it. So it's going into this graphic equalizer. Actually, it's a bit crooked. Actually, let's try and see. You can see some of it's crooked, so that means that this sometimes happens. I think it's still crooked down the end. Right down the end it's crooked. When I mean crooked, it's not balanced. It's quite difficult to balance this. It's not a great one, but let's see if we can see it. So there we are there. It's really weird for the guys out there when they're saying everything's so weird, what's going on. This is what it is. We've been absolutely limited in everything that we can do. So there's a graphic equalizer. So the Behringer, so the output of the Windows 10 computer is going into the Behringer. And from the Behringer, it's going into the graphic equalizer. And from the graphic equalizer, it's going into the computer. And from the computer, it goes into a series of amplifiers. So that's how that's doing that again. I didn't want that to happen. So that's how I have the system working. So if I have a bass line, I get it off the internet, I play it, it will go through the Behringer, through the graphic equalizer, and then I record it onto this computer. And then the bass obviously goes into the Behringer. This mixing desk over here is a new mixing desk for live streaming. This makes it so easy. So instead of having to unattach this and try and work all of that out, you just plug that into the laptop. And the reason why I got this one is that it has XLR cables, so I could actually use this as actual preamp for the bass. So I could put the bass into here and then send it out XLR, send it out through the XLR into the Behringer. I'll get a clean sound. I could possibly get a kind of tube sound if I do a recording on the bass, and then it will go into this computer and I'll be seeing it on this screen. So that's the setup that I have. So when I use recording, well, then I use Cubase program 1, which I'm going to show you now. So this Cubase program that I use has a real dongle. I'm trying to get the dongle, I can't see it because there was a guy on the internet, I was watching him live the other night, and he said, look, I've got everything is perfect on my internet. Why is it going wrong? Well, this is why. This is a new thing that's happening. So this is a real Cubase dongle. Real, put that in. I can't believe this. Can you put a dongle in? So we go to this screen, and it's Windows XP. So sorry about the noise. We have a page here, and we go to Cubase. And we can see Cubase. This is Cubase 1. This is the first version. It's not the first PC version, but it's the first modern PC version. The reason why these come up is because these are plugins where I haven't got a license yet. I'm supposed to delete these or disable them. So this is what I use for recording. I'm going to track. This is what I use. This is Cubase 1. It's absolutely basic compared to the all of the other Cubases, but it works on the same principle. So it has the original plugins, it has the original recording. When you save the file, it will save it as a WAV. You can't save it as MP3 or any other format. So this is the original Cubase. And while we're here, then you can see the Maya sound card for people that don't know this. This is the classic, old school Maya sound card. That's what it looks like. So what it is, you get the same inputs that you get on a hi-fi on the PCI slot. So if you want hi-fi inputs on a modern computer, you're talking about £200. So for the price of trying to get this up again and again. We're not doing product placement, but again, there might be a guy, and he say, obviously you might not recognise his computer because I've changed it. Changed the computer. It doesn't look the same. There you go, that is my computer. I've had that computer for 2 years. So for the price of, I don't know, let's say £50, you've got to go out and get a sound card for £200. So for £50, you've got a sound card that's the same as one for £200. I'm not talking American money, maybe I should do it in American. So for $50, you get a $50 XP computer, and you're saving on a $200 sound card. And this XP does go on the internet. I can get the internet with this XP computer. So that's what I use. And when I record into Cubase. So when I play my bass, you can see that it goes into Cubase, and that's where I put my plugins and everything else, and then I export it by using a dongle back into this computer, and then I make the video. So when I do the video, I usually do the video on here. Maybe I might start doing the videos on the laptop. The laptop videos got a really high resolution video, so maybe if I do another bass jam, I might try and use the laptop video. So when I do a bass jam and I record it into XP. I have a few side programs that came with it for people that may be into this stuff. There was wave light. You might not have seen it come up, but people might recognise that. That was a very early. What it is, it's just for recording. You take a recording and you know, put treble or whatever. There's very simple editing. And what it was for the very old computer systems, for the process of doing a recording and then eventually burning it onto CD, which is this. This is the very early clean burning ROM by Steinberg, by Cubase. So many, many years ago, you got this burning suite and you made your music and then you could put it onto CD. So this was like a mastering. It's like a mastering thing. You put your track in there, and you've got a graphic equalizer there. You've got volume control, and then you've got I'm just trying to keep this bleeding screen going. It seems to cut off when it wants to, and the reason why is because it's got adverts. It allows you to watch it, but the reason why it stops, so the adverts come. It's like coming in and out when they want to, rather than when you think they're going to. So this was used as a like mastering suite, and then you would actually burn the WAV onto CD by using this software. This is by Steinberg, and obviously the other one I think is by Steinberg as well. That is also by Steinberg, which is you never saw it, but it did come up. If I do it again, you'll see it. So it'll pop up, and you'll clearly see it say Steinberg. Steinberg. So these Cubase, Wavelight and Clean, they're all old software that was used in the old days for when you wanted to make music and then burn your own CDs. But obviously the software has come a long way since then. So that's how I do my recordings. I use two computers, not all the time. I use this computer to get the music. Let's say that I've got to get a Michael Jackson tune, so I'll get it off the internet. I will record it into Cubase. It will come up in Cubase. And I have one track there, and then I'll start setting up the bass in order to play the bass underneath the track, and then I could edit it in Cubase, and then I've got the tune. So that's the setup that I use, and I think it's a really good setup because by having two computers, you can sort of record things in and out really easy. When you've got it on one computer, it can be a bit clumsy. You might get lost. You might not understand it. It's an overdub and not another recording track. There might be latency problems as well, where you've got one software recording into another software. So when you've got two computers, it eases the recording process. And the other thing that I can do is I've also got Cubase on here. So I could do the recording on here and then maybe do the mastering on here. So I've got different ways of listening to the track, although I tell people that my mastering and editing is really, really bad. It's useless. My mastering and editing, I'm not very good at it. But this is what I use for people. So I use two computers, and what I try to tell people is, if I had a studio, let's say I had Cubase, I'd have Cubase on one computer, and then I'd have Reason on another computer, then I'd have Logic on another computer, and I'd have them all running into one computer. What sometimes happens with people is they just have the one computer, have Logic running on it, and they've got to record on it, and they've got to do all these different things. So I only use Cubase, but if I was using, let's say, Reason, well then the best way of doing it would be by having another computer. So you could run Reason and Cubase and Lubase and Logic and Project and Sogic and Serato and Papato, So the ideal recording studio would have a computer for every door that it had. Yeah. So instead of having a computer with loads of doors on it, you'd have one computer with one door on it, and that door would then run into a main recording computer. All of the doors would run into one computer for a mixing desk. This is what I'm trying to show it to you guys. That's what I'm trying to say. Let's say that, I need to have another door, like Fruity Loops. Well, obviously I've got Fruity Loops on here. So bare minimum, I'm using Fruity Loops on a different computer. And I would run Fruity Loops into Cubase. Now, sometimes it doesn't work. Other times it does. With the DJ type guys, they didn't understand it because they believed that everything should be tight, but they did and they didn't. They understand that sometimes, well, as long as it's running at the same time, you can get a groove going in your track. DJs know this. If you play Mr. Fingers and drop the tune at the right time, the other tune goes on the upbeat and blah, blah, blah. So sometimes you can do what you call raw live recordings, mixes. So this can really help by doing live mixes, by having all of the doors on other computers. And if you want them to be synthy tight, then you can use software. No, Bookie. You ain't getting involved at the moment. Try and get involved. He's already jumps on the cable and he's trying to do something here where he can do it again. Because what it is my attention's not on him. He knows it's on this. So he's trying to join the attention. I'm putting him on so you can see. Look at his face. That's like, if you don't do what I say, look, yeah. And if I keep doing this, he's going to work out what kind of bother I'm going to get into. Don't you? Right, so this is the actual setup, and then obviously this mixing desk, they do sell them now, and the reason why I bought this is because it has XLR or Canon cable out, 3-pin out. So that means that if I want to do a recording, I can put the bass in there, 3-pin out into here, and now I've got a clean recording going into Cubase. And it will be a tube clean recording. I'll be able to do it. I think I've got the cables to do it as well. Or if I haven't, I'll get the cables. Then XLR, which will be 3-pin. All your 3 pins is for the guys out there. So now, we haven't played any music, and now I'm going to start playing some music. I know I've left it a bit late, but I'm going to do it anyway. So this means I'm going to have another tea break and give the cat something to eat, which is what I did before, and it jumps on the cable. So this is like sort of attention, and then feeding's like, I've got to do what he says, and then it's going to jump on him. There you go, something to eat. I've got to do this right. How do I do it? Do this right. And it goes like that. And then like that. I've done that. Bosh. We're having a tea break here, guys. We're coming back with tea break, hopefully. Now this work's going to get a bit crackly here, guys. This is where I might start hearing, might start seeing some weird things and things that are not going to work. But anyway, what I do is I try and keep the, I'm sure I can go here. I can bring myself back in a bit here, if I can find myself. Looking. Probably got more technology in front of me now than the people that went to the moon. Don't tread on the cable. Right. OBS check. Video check. Me check. Where am I check? Not there check. Right. Video capture. Nope. Video capture. Nope. Look here. Does it close itself automatically or something? Nope. No, that's the wrong one. Cancel. Right. So display capture. There's display capture. That's okay. Video capture. Aha, maybe it's too dark. Can't be because it was dark before. Configure video. Integrated. It's not saying anything. Not saying anything. Where am I? That's supposed to be me. Is it? What's happened to me? Right, let me go remove. 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 It's not there. It's not there. There it is. It won't get to it. Yes. Right, that's the background. Remove. Yes. Now add. Add. Okay. There you go. Back. Okay. So I'm back. Go away! Go on! Hey! Right, so I'm back. Now I've got to get the droid cam back. So where is the droid cam? There it is. Turn it up so we can see the ceiling. I don't think I showed you the ceiling. Yes, I did. It's all soundproofed. All the ceiling is all soundproofed. There you go. It's all soundproofed. Soundproofing on the ceiling. Right. So now I can move this over here, expand. So you can see that. But that's not this. So we're going to move that over there and bring this over so you can see that and then shrink me again. So now you can see me shrunk. There I am, shrunk. Now you can see the camera. And I think that should be enough. Not the video, but it should be enough for this next part of the demonstration. So, what we need to do now is get a tune. For this next part of the demonstration. And the tune has to come from the Windows 10 computer. So that means that I've got to preempt myself by bringing this over here and this over here. And just check that, that's there. So I've got to go back to this screen, press the right button, oh, missed it, that's it, got it. Come back, check, check delete this, check move this, check wave, so that's all right. And now this. Actually, I might as well show you this if I can. Let me see if I can do this. So check minimize, no check. We've got check screen. Where is it? There it is, there's the screen. So what we need is we need desktop. Desktop. No, that's not desktop, that's not, this is OBS, where are you? Come in OBS, don't say you've moved. Have you moved? Oh, it's moved back. You're joking. It's moved. And you can see me. So I'm looking the wrong way. Don't know how that happens. What's this now? Termu shop install, more information. No. I've got a massive advert. Can I close it? Close the advert. Trying to close the advert. Can't close it. Don't matter. Right. So, yes, I want to show you this. Let's get this round the right way. Bang & Olufsen. All your Bang & Olufsen, you know, like, oh yes, Bang & Olufsen. So if I hold it like that and go like that so you can see it, it's gone on. Right, so we're making a few adjustments here now. So the first adjustment is going on this part here. So the first adjustment is to bring everything down to 0. We're using voice meter here on Windows 10. So what I'm doing on Windows 10 is I'm just bringing voice meter down to 0. And now this, hopefully, what we're trying to do is keep the mobile phone somewhere where you can see something rather than keep folding it down. And now we're looking for one cable. Can you believe this? Oh, I see what's happened. Let me just check. Is it on or off? There's a reason for this, right? Hold on. Right, the reason for this, right, just getting this, I'm in the wrong place here. You don't want to see me, otherwise the computer will crash. I'm back on the screen again, Bang & Olufsen. Hold on. What it is, it's really weird because you get this and it's all upside down, and a lot of people's preference is mirror and all that. So you can see Bang & Olufsen. Got it round the wrong way, so I'll do it the right way. Bang & Olufsen. Now the reason for this, right, is because of other. We go back to here. Look, hold on. Can you see that? Right. So the reason why we're doing this is because of other moves on. Not me, others. You know, it wasn't me, it wasn't me, it was him. I had nothing to do with it. So what we're doing now is we're going to listen to the sound. We've got our computers ready. We've got the graphic equalizer, it's on flat. But again, it looks like I can see one that's not in the right position. It's really weird. So our graphic equalizer is on flat. This is not on flat actually. We'll just readjust that. So we're doing a second readjustment here. We'll just do a random adjustment there. So what it is we're going through this. Can you see that? I'll stop the music for a moment. Can you see that? This is not product placement, but these are really, really, really good. This is not product placement. These are really good. They're not just good, they're really good. It's not the sound. It's not because they're not good because they got a good sound. They're good because they have a lot of stuff under the hood. That's all I'm going to say at this moment. Someone has a question, you know. These are really, really good. So the music is coming out of here. Everything is flat on the mixing desk, but what I'm going to do is I'm just going to, just a little bit, I'm going to drop the bass a little bit, just drop it a little bit, and add just a little bit of high. But normally it will just be on 0. Right, no, listen, he moves on, otherwise I wouldn't be doing it. Right, so from there, I go over to here, and you can see this hi-fi system. This is the same hi-fi system that Luther Vandross, let me stop the video here. So this hi-fi system is the same hi-fi system that they use in Never Too Much, in the official Luther Vandross video. If you see the video of Never Too Much by Luther Vandross, this is the exact same hi-fi system that they use. If you see the Never Too Much video, This is the same hi-fi that they use in the beginning of Never Too Much. It works. So on here, this is where I have, so we start again. The music is coming from this computer, Bang & Olufsen. It's coming out of this computer into the Behringer. Then it's going into a graphic equalizer that can be adjusted. Then it's going into this computer with the Maya sound card. From this computer, well actually not from this computer, from the Behringer, it's going into the first amplifier, which is this. These are very good. It is not a product placement. This is not a product placement. They're very, very good. If you're a musician, these are really, really good. From there, it's going into this amplifier, which I'm now going to turn on when I play the music. Moves on. And that's coming out of these speakers. So we'll turn this off. And now we're back to here. But now we go in this corner. You've got to look carefully. You've got to follow my hand. The way the camera is, it won't let me see where I am. There's my hand. Can you see my hand? You've got to go in more. Going in more. Lifting up, moving over. Looking for the hand. You know it's like left and right, it won't let you do it. So I'm going to turn the camera upside down. See if that helps. There you go. Try and get closer to the dot. I'm going closer to my hand, it's going away. Why? Why? So I'm putting it on it. Can't see it the way this camera is. Droid's camera. Still can't see anything. Even though the camera is right on top of it, you can't see anything. This is AI. It's making you believe that you can't see what you want to look at. There it is. Now, if I move up, it goes away. I can't see it again. It's gone. Look, it won't let me show you. There it is. So that's another controller. I'll press the button. You can see the lights turn up. I'll turn it off. Now, this is what I was saying about it being live. So we're getting a bit of crackling here, which can be resolved. Live and crackly. Come out of here, so I don't have to do anything. So go down to here. Even though I'm going to it, it won't let you see it because it's like being drunk. It won't let you find out where you are. First amp, second amp, third amp, you can't see it, but it's there, third amp. So we're going to play them. Crackly. Right. More. Because it was moved on. So now, over here, not there, but over here, not there, but over here. Is the next amp. You can actually hear it working already. This is mad how these cameras don't allow you to navigate. Like I'm trying to put it close to where I am and it's going the other way. But anyway, I'll turn it up. And the speakers are up here. There's one. The other one's over there. So this amp has got its own speakers. So we go back to the number 3 amp. Then we go back to number 2 amp. And then back to number 1 amp. Now we go to the main amp, which is here. This is the main amp. It's already on. So we're down to 1, and now we go to the final amplifier. And the final amplifier is, you guessed it. Now I might actually change this around, is obviously sub bass. And this is the sub bass amp. So when I do my music, when I play my music, I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 amplifiers. And I've actually got one under here that I haven't actually plugged in yet. It's not really used as an amplifier, it's used as an effects board, but it can be used as a boosting amplifier. You can get a signal out of it, but I don't usually use it. But you could actually argue that that is also an amplifier, which is a zoom effects unit. I haven't put it in yet. I usually have it in, but what happened, it fell on the floor. I don't know whether it's working, so I've got to twiggle around with it to find out whether it works. So when it comes to outboard, I've got 7 amplifiers that are all different kind of amplifiers, from a very small, we put something else on, we put one of my tunes on off the internet, if I can get to my, I'll go here. One of the reasons, the other reason why I put these tunes on as well is because if it comes up flagged as a copyright, then I know what the tunes are. Some of the tunes anyway. So if I do playlist, let's do playlist, and alternative ambient. Not that one, but something else. Yeah, I'll put that on. What I can sort of like intermediate with. So the reason why I'm showing you this is because I met a guy in the studio once and I wanted to show him my setup. So what it is, right down to this, is actually plugged in to the main, if you like, outboard recording. So I could be in the studio. I don't know why it's doing this, because you're trying to zoom into something, it don't allow you to do it. Whatever way you move, it goes the opposite way. If you try and move it up, it goes down. If you try and move it down, it goes down again. I don't know why it's doing this. I'm trying to work out how, and I can't work out the reason why it's so difficult to get the camera to do anything. So let's say I had a studio. So I could be in the studio and I could be literally listening to the music on this. If it will come up, I don't know where it's going to come up. It might do. We hope it does. It's not coming up because I've turned it down. Actually, we've still got this on. So I'll start again. So I could be in the studio and, you know, and I'm listening to it. You know, I shouldn't do that actually. YouTube doesn't like that. I really apologise. You're not allowed to film YouTube live. I didn't mean to do that. Anyway, it's my own video. So, let's say I'm in the studio, I'm listening to a tune. I could be listening on this. And then, you know, and then if I want to listen to it more intensely, then all I do is turn on the next amplifier. It's already tuned into the mainframe. And what it is when you turn all the other amps up, it's all based on this first level. Like, you don't just turn them up, you base it on that you can hear this. So this one is slightly louder than that one. And this one that is in the corner will be just slightly louder. Will be then slightly louder than the previous one, just slightly louder. And then this one, slightly louder. And then this one, slightly louder. And then the sub bass. So instead of turning them up, just turning them up loud however you do it, each one is just slightly louder than the other one. And you get a really, really good clean sound. And obviously you can tweak it. And then you can hear the mids in a track, you can hear the highs, because you can tweak each amplifier to accentuate the mid or the high range of the tune that you're listening to. So with the 7 amplifiers, you can get a really, really good sound. It's not the best sound because a lot of the stuff that I've got is like, bargain bucket stuff. But if I had the money to do it, I would do the same thing. I would have a variety of amplifiers that would be all interlinked. I'd have a dedicated bookshelf. So there's the bookshelf amplifier, which is this one. So the dedicated bookshelf, like, you can't really see it again, it's so difficult. So this is the bookshelf amplifier. So that's for the bookshelf speakers. And then I've got the, you know what I mean? This is because the guy's a DJ and he's teaching me how to do, to spot fake DJs. You can't really see it. I don't know why. You turn that round. So again, the bookshelf speakers that are attached to, why doesn't it allow me to do it? To this amp. So the bookshelf speakers are connected to that amp. This amp, as you can see, this is crazy. So this amp, well, it's got its own speakers. Trying to show you this again. So this amp, the speakers are up there. That's where they are. So they're below the bookshelf speakers. They're there. With this amp that you can't see, I keep showing you, you can't see it, but it is there. Try and wave my hand somewhere. It's up there, so if I tilt it down, there it is. So this amp, the speakers are here and there, and it has its own sub bass. These speakers in the corner, they're on the shelf. They're up here, on the shelf, up here. There's one, and the other one is on the other side. And then the sub bass that I was using is, there it is, there's the sub bass. What it is with sub bass, anybody that uses sub bass, the best place to have sub bass is in the middle of the room. The best place to have the sub bass speaker is in the middle of the sound that you get. And what it is I've been reluctant to do it because of the space that I've got. I remember testing the sub bass and it was in the middle of the room and it sounded unbelievable. The best place to keep the sub bass, if you've got sub bass, is in the middle of the room. If you can ever get it to be right in the middle of the room, right in the center of the room, the sound is perfect because it's filling up the room the right way. I haven't really built in the sub bass the right way, so I've got 1, 2, 3 sub basses that are all kind of on. 2 of them are on 0 basically. I don't really use them. And I've got the speakers over here. This camera is crazy. You point at things and it kind of, because it's got things on it. So there are the speakers with the sub bass. these speakers where you saw the plane, they should work, but they're not linked in yet because I had a different setup and it blew up. I had a sound card amplifier. I got Windows 10. Windows 10 blew it up, so I can't use as many speakers, but I'm working on ways of getting the speakers to get together again. So this is what I've got in the studio, and again, that is a Ghetto Blaster. It's the exact same Ghetto Blaster that you see when people talk about Marcus Miller, Luther Vandross, and all of that. Never Too Much, and there it is. I've got the Never Too Much Ghetto Blaster, man. Dum dum, dum dum, dum 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 dum, don't, dum dum, dum dum, and it works. It's real. I'm not going into the price of these, but they worth over £100 on eBay. Whether it's working or not, it's around about £100, but that does work. So that's the original Luther Vandross Ghetto Blaster. There's the bass. You can see I've got my basses and Tron video. So now you've seen the studio and what it is with the studio. The best part of the studio is the actual playing music on it. And so what it was is 2 weeks ago I decided to do, to work it all out. In fact, I'm thinking about swapping out the sub bass. Instead of having the sub bass in this, I'm thinking about having it in there, because this amp has a dedicated sub bass output. The only thing is that with this, is that it has all of these different loudness switches that really make the sub bass act differently, but I haven't had a look, but there may be a time where I might decide to swap that out and just have the sub bass on here and see what it sounds like, because it has a sub bass output, believe it or not. This is teak. This is a teak amplifier. This is Iway. This is Goodman's. This is Aztec Lounge End. This is Creative. That is KC, and that is a Pioneer sub bass. So the reason why I'm doing this video is so that the sound engineer can see it, because I said that, like again, I've got a tune, and instead of turning down the amp, I can just have it coming out of here. Why ain't it working? Really good. I would actually say that these are probably one of the best Bluetooth devices that you can get. It's this particular model. There may be other models that are similar, but this model is really good. It's very, very good. It's not product placement. They're very, very good compared to other Bluetooth machines. As you can see, I'm using it as my default in my mix. That's what it is. I use this as the default. I don't turn it all up. When I do it really good, you can hear this. You can still hear this. So you can have the sub bass on, all these different things on, but then you can still hear the music coming out of here. So you get a really good balance. Instead of turning it up, you get a really good balance by having loads of different amplifiers. And so my theory would actually go into the same as computers. If you wanted a computer with Cubase on it, you would have a computer with Cubase on it. And then if you wanted a computer with Reason on it, then you would have a computer with Reason on that computer. And if you wanted Logic, then you'd have Logic on another computer. So instead of having one computer, you'd have loads. You'd have about 5. And they'd all be interlinked into one, well, it would be this one over here, into one recording computer where you do all of the recording. So you'd have one computer as the recording place, and then the other computers with the doors on them. What you find is one computer with the door and recording on it, and that can become messy, and it's not as spacious, and it's not as, it's not as easy, because you can record audio live in and get live mixes really easy without having to use get problems with latency, using different sound cards. So it's like the more computers you got, the more doors you can have. You know what I mean? I haven't done that, but maybe I could do that. But the other computer that I've got is really noisy. But maybe that's what I could ultimately do. Is on the laptop I would have Fruity Loops. On the Windows 10 I could have another door, and on the on this one then I would have the Cubase where I'd record it all. So that's what I've got. I've got multi-layer amplifiers, and I have multi-layer computers. Not that I use this all the time. The only reason I've got the laptop is so I can go live, because the other two computers are now out of date. I can still use XP and go on the internet. I can still use Windows 10 and go on the internet. But if I need to do something really properly now, then I can do it on this computer. I've only just got it recently, which is a 11th generation, 7th, Intel 7, 11th generation. Quite good. After this is Snapdragon for the other guys out there. You go, no, don't bother. Just go and get Snapdragon. If you're going to get more than this, gaming, Snapdragon gaming will be the next stage after this for the guys out there. So I thought I'd show you it, and particularly the hi-fi setup. That's what I do when people come round. I go, this is what I've got, and they go, wow. It's not brilliant, but it's a really good idea. And this is the reason why I'm showing it. So the guys, I met a guy in the studio one day, and I said, well, this is how I line it all up. And it's so each amplifier is seamlessly, although there was crackling, obviously I've got bad cables, but each amplifier is seamlessly connected to each other. So this one amplifier, the K block, Bluetooth gives you what you call a balanced sound. This amplifier that's over here gives me a bit of treble, a little bit of high treble. This one in the middle that you can't see that often, that gives me the mids. This one gives me the high mids. This one gives me the sub bass, and this one gives me a balance. So what it is that I can control the mids and the highs and the subs. So if there's a tune, you can hear the mids in the tune without it being mid sound. There was another guy that I knew, he goes, yeah, but I can just turn it up. Yeah, well, if you turn it up, you're turning everything up. Whereas when you've got a setup like this, you can turn up the treble, because one amplifier will be, like, let's play this tune, for example. So we play this tune, you've got treble there. More treble. That's without me doing the treble, without me touching the treble. And then I can add in the sub on a different amp. So instead of me having to turn up the amplifier louder, I just now turn up the sub. That's all loud. And then the overhead. it doesn't sound like it's straining. So if you do that just with one amp and one speaker, it starts straining. You're putting all of that information into just two speakers. I said it'd be live and you're going to get crackly, so I do get a bit of crackly, obviously, because some of the stuff that I got is, you know, I found it or whatever, so I've built it all together. So when you've got multi-amplifiers and you use them dedicatedly for, you know, for the basic sound, and another amplifier dedicated more for the treble, another amplifier dedicated more to the mids, you get a really, really clean sound, and it doesn't sound stressed. That's what I'm trying to say. When you've got a guy with just two speakers and they turn it up, the speakers are, whoa, they're going, whoa, too much information. So the way that I've set this up is that it's seamless. You see what I mean? So you can be in the studio and literally just listen to it. So I can listen to it on that. I can listen to it just on that. Or I can turn that off. Yeah, can I do that? Yeah, I can do that. So I can turn that off and just listen to it on this. So now I'm just going to listen to it on here. Oh, don't do it. Oh, so I could just listen to it on that one, or I could just listen to it on this one, the one you can't see. So I could listen to it just on there, or I could listen to it on there. You can't see this one. So now I'm just listening to it on this one. Or I could just listen to it on the mainframe. If I can find it. Mainframe up, along. Or if I want, I could just listen to it on sub bass. Just listen to sub bass. I could just turn that one on. So not only are the amplifiers seamless, they're completely independent of each other. Well, sometimes you have to turn them all on to get the others to work, but you don't have to have one on to get the other one playing. You can play just the one. Try and find it again. There it is. You can play just the one. You can play just the one. You can play just the one. Just the one. Or just the sub bass. You can play them individually. So if I had the money, then yeah, I would get dedicated. Let's say I had the money, I would get the best Bluetooth type device with the speciality. This is not just it's not because of the sound. It's got a really good system to it. That's all I'm going to say. I'm not going to go into the details. Just, it's not product placement. So I have the money, I'll get a really good one of these. If there was a better one than this, then I'll get it. So that gives me the balanced sound. That would be the perfect balanced sound that's coming out of the computer. Then that would go into the next amplifier, and that amplifier will be dedicated to the treble. And then the next one will be dedicated to the lower mids, and the next one to the higher mids, then another balanced amplifier, and then the sub bass. I would still do the same thing. So I've got 7 amplifiers, I think. Let me just count. 1, 2. You can't see this one, but it is there. 3. Not even going the right way. 4, 5, 6, and then with the graphic equalizer, 7. 7 amplifiers in the setup, and that's why I'm doing it for that. So with the setup that I've got, you know, the enchilada is the actual output, the amplifiers that I set up, and I done it recently. You know, I went right full steam ahead. So I done it. It took a while to wire. It's still crackly. I haven't got all the leads. It'd be better if I updated all the leads and got all fresh leads for it, all fresh cables again, all professionally good cables that don't break. And then some of the wiring, not necessarily wiring, but actually the setup of actually to try and get it to work. I might actually do a video on that one day on how I got some of the connections to work, some of the things that some people do, and some of the things that I did in order to solve some of the problems when it comes to connecting it, because it's, you know, you've got to do a few connections in the actual setup. So if I get the money and be able to do it, it's only a few cents more, then I'll be able to make these much more stable connections. The connections that I've been making recently are pretty much unstable. They work, but I've got a new system that is a little bit more reliable, as long as I've got the right cables to do it. So let me just see on the internet, see whether there are people talking. Not that many people talking, only one person watching. It could be me, you know. So I'm going to put this down and go here, because now I can finish this video. I can do more talking, or maybe I can't. If I turn this over, just make it a little bit more exciting while I do this. So the cat wants something to eat again. He's been alright, he hasn't been too bad. Alright, Boog? More food. Yeah, baby. Right. Jumped on the cable, crashed it. There you go, Boog. Blooming hell. The weather looks really weird outside. Right, so what we do is we reduce here. We're using 2 screens, but we've got to swap the screens out by hand. So now I'm back on the laptop, and I should be able to see it comes up now. There I am, I'm still there. Don't know what was happening. You could see me do all different things there, I don't know. Right, so I can zoom this in a bit here. I can zoom that down. So there I am. And I was standing up and walking around a bit. Right, so that's back. And then back to here. Where is it? Nearly got it. So we'll pull this over. So we're there. That's live. Back to this. Yeah, that's okay. Shrink down. Shrink down, that's okay. That's okay. Go like that. Analyze this. Check the page. Because that's another thing that's been happening recently. Look at that. It's miles behind. Okay, so that's what I wanted to do tonight, guys. I don't know where I'm looking. let me just go back into where I am. Yeah, I am there. Yeah, I wanted to do that. It didn't come out as great as what I wanted it to come out, but most important thing was showing you the amplifiers so the guys could see it. If it's live, they can see it. That's what happens. Sometimes, one of the amplifiers is not working for a year or so. I don't bother to fix it because I've got the other two amplifiers that work. And but yeah, so that's what actually happens in the playback. What it is with a cat is you might see him coming around here a lot, and what it is with people is they know that my attention is completely taken away from them, and they can't understand why, or they try to interrupt him. They do understand why. It's because it's the computers. So the reason why he keeps coming around and all that is because he's trying to gain his attention, my attention, for him. It's not a me video. It's a him video. He already crashed it. He already jumps on the cable. He knows what he's doing when he does that. Jumps on the cable. So I wanted to do that in the live video tonight. And in the live video early on, you see me looking at 43 by level 42, and in the end doing a Charlie Mingus style of playing. Am I going to learn all the technique? Well, yeah, I might learn technique. I might learn to play it fast. I might learn to put more slap in the bass line, but sometimes I'm going to sit there and actually go the opposite direction and actually learn it in that Charlie Mingus format, because it's so important, because that's what the actual bass line would be. If you gave it to Charlie Mingus and those guys and they played it, they're not going to slap the bass line. They're going to play it with that kind of feel to it. And that was the actual feel that we, kind of agreed to. It's that feel. It's like Mark King and those guys. Don't know why that's not coming out. So he's looking at everything I'm doing, and the reason why is because he wants the attention. It's not great with when he does this, because it can turn into like he'll do something to get that attention. You know what I mean? And so sometimes I drive him away and that, and other times he's got to understand that nothing's going to happen. Don't matter what he does, that this is what I'm doing. And you can see him here, working out. What it is, I ain't got all the food in at the moment. So he gets all the food, so he's waiting for. It's the squiggly things that he likes. It's not the other thing. He's got that. I've got the other thing, and then I get it, and he won't eat it. You know what I mean? It's just that this is what it is. It's like the priority of trying to draw me back. And I ain't being drawn back. He knows it. He knows that the music, he can't get in between me and the music. He knows that. It's not that anything happens. But what it is, it's like, go away, and he knows it's really important. So as he stands here, he'll stand here, realizing that him being in this position won't do anything, and then it will go away. You know what I mean? Or he'll try and go near the bass, or try and go near a wire, because at the moment, being in this position ain't doing anything. You see what I mean? He knows that there's something going on, but by being here, where he's actually sitting is the most important place to sit, because that's where the mouse is. So if it was anywhere else, he's sitting where the mouse mat would be, and I ain't doing anything because I can move the mouse away from the mouse mat and use it. So this is what's happening. This is what's actually happening. He's realising that being there ain't doing anything. It's important. He knows it's important, but by being there, because normally I would be going now, get away. You're going, why? So now he knows it's not that important. The stress level of it, you know, with the cat, the levels that you've got to be, you know, and you know, rather sit there 3 minutes where he can work it out than say go away, because if he goes away, then 5 minutes later he'll come back. He's not a pet; he's a real animal, by the way. It's not, you know, you put a battery in him, go like that, and he goes, eh, it's like real, you know, all that kind of stuff. So yeah, so in this video, it's quite kind of, you know, showing you things, what I've got in the flat, what I use. I use Cubase version 1. I've got Fruity Loops. I did try Reason, but maybe if I get another computer, I might do that one day just for the sake of it and get another computer. You go, what, another? Yeah. And they go, no, I don't use it. I go, well, why'd you get it? I go, just in case I want to use Reason. So what I'm trying to say is that every time you've, or groups of doors that work. So you'd have a computer and it'd have Reason and maybe Fruity Loops on it, and you have another computer and that would have Logic on it. Rather than having one computer with all the doors on it, have different computers. Because it's easier to work like that. Because each computer will be dedicated, the sound card will be dedicated. You won't have to change anything. It will just be there for Logic or Fruity Loops. You won't have to do anything to change it. But when you've got a computer and now you've got to change it to Logic and you've got to change the sound card and then it crashes and then there's latency problems. You've got one computer with one door, no latency problems, no more sound card problems. And same with the amplifiers. Why have just the one amp? Well, I've got two. Why just two? You know, have two, like a bookshelf, you could argue bookshelf, balanced bookshelf amplifier, balanced, heavier amplifier, and then a balanced treble amplifier, balanced mid amplifier, and then a balanced sub-bass amplifier with all separate speakers. And you only turn them up to 2 or 3 and the sound is unreal. Whereas if you just have the one speakers and you play it, the speakers are splitting, too much information being put into one set of speakers. You know what I mean? So if I add up how many watts, if I look at the amount of watts that I've got and I add them up, and I'm, you know, so I've got 15-25 watts in the busking amp, 15-25 watts in the house amp, 30 watts in the guitar amp, 60, 70, 100 watts in the busking amp. So what you're talking there, you're talking about 200 watts there. Then you've got like 10 watts in the graphic equalizer, 10 watts in the Behringer, 10 watts there. So you're talking about 500 watts altogether. And it can all be linked up. There is a way of linking all of that, all the stuff that I've got here. I could link it all up to make music. There is a way that I could do it. I could have all of the amps that I've got here. I could have them all turned up and linked up to each other and all playing. So if I did that, I'd have a very, very powerful 0.5 kilowatt of music. A very powerful 0.5 kilowatt. So you imagine me having the busking amp on, and the other busking amp on, and the guitar amp on, and the other busking amp on. Sorry, 2 busking amps and 2 room amps. And have them just turned up enough. That's the thing, not loud enough to mix in with all of the other amplifiers, to actually have it mixed into this. Can I pull it out? Yes, I can. Because that's only on the charging thing. To have everything mixed down to this one cube. It would work. when you listen to these amps, you'll probably hardly be able to hear them, but it'll all be balanced into the sound. So I've got about half a kilowatt here all together. You know, I've got 500 watts, I reckon. Like a good 500 watts, not just 500 watts. Yeah, but that amplifier's like 250 watts, but I ain't thinking in that term. I'm just thinking in modesty. Like the busking amp is supposed to be 150 watts as it is, but I'm saying it's 100 watts, not 150, and you wouldn't use that amount of wattage on it anyway if I was going to do the mega like all together. So it'd be around about 500 watts all in. I can do it. Maybe I should do it one day and get all the equipment like train set and then do a video and have them all linked in. You could see me like, here's the busking amp. I turn on the busking amp and I've got the music and you can hear it. There's the other amp and I do it. And here's now the guitar amp and you hear it. Now the busking amp. Then I go to the hi-fi amp. But anyway, so there's another way of looking at this. All the stuff on this side, you call it industrial amplification. It's not high fidelity. And all of the stuff on this side is high fidelity. Yeah, there's a difference, but I can have a combination of both. I can play both. You know, I met some guy goes, no, I don't like hi-fi, I only like real amps. So I could actually rig it up where I could have both real amps and hi-fi blended at the same time. Have a bit of both. Very, very good. Very, very nice. And yeah, but that's what I wanted to do tonight. I wanted to share that. And obviously with a European guy, because obviously he had the problem, you know, very, very talented. Got all the talent, all the technique, but not realising that it doesn't boil into the technique, it boils into playing the bass line. You know. Not the technique, la bass line. More important. Don't believe me? John Petrucci. When you see John Petrucci travailler on bass, le bass line. Le bass line, c'est soi. Oui. Le bass line, beaucoup c'est soi. Yeah. Yes, sir. You know, and then we was using the other guys when they do the slap and to say that, you know, see the other guys that do it and they play it really well. And they remember all the little points in the tune. There's a few of them when you play 43. You know, again, you don't just play the bass line over and over. You know, when you learn the bass line, there's all these little bits that you have to do, and there's those tiny hurdles that some of those guys pick up in the video. So that's what I'm doing tonight, guys. What it is as well is I will be doing live videos, but the most important thing for me is to try to get the chart on the internet in a good way. I've got my own software where I can put the chart on the internet. But tonight I thought I'd do this video. I wanted to do the video for a long time. I still had problems doing the video. And even the cat tried to ruin it in the end. But I've done the video so you can see. And so especially for the guys that do the sound engineering, you know, where you can see that I have 6, 7 amplifiers. I don't play 7 amplifiers all the time, but if I want to really listen to something, you want to make listen to this tune. You've got 7 amplifiers, you're going, and you put the sub bass on at the end, they go, listen to that, and they go, yeah, it really sounds good. So if it sounds good, then maybe it's a good tune. You see what I mean? So you might have a tune, and they're going, well, you go, well, listen to it. You go, wow, it really does sound good. So if it sounds good, then maybe it's a good tune. That's what it is in studios, right? You do something, you go, well, listen to it, and you go, wow, that really sounds good. And why does it sound good? Because you've got all the buttons to do it with. I play it here, and I go, well, let's listen. Wait, let me get the mids right, and you use a different amplifier. Then you press the button and put the sub bass in and get it right, and say, see? You go, wow. And they see how you did it. You didn't just put the amplifier on and played it. You had 7 amplifiers to do that with. And I've got the effects rack that I still haven't plugged in, so I can actually add effects to it in certain areas, so you can actually tweak it more. That's what I tell people as well. When you really want to knock the socks off of someone when you play a tune, then yeah, effects units do help, because you can add that little bit more reverb into the track, so when they hear it, it don't sound dry. It sounds live. It sounds different than what they would ever, when they go home and play it on their hi-fi, because it doesn't sound the same as around that guy's house. But what it is, they don't realise you put a tiny bit of reverb on the tune. You augmented the tune a little bit more. So I've got one effects unit that I haven't plugged in. I don't know whether it works. Actually, it could be broken. And this is what I was saying to other people. So what it was is that when I first did this, I only had 3 amplifiers, and so it's grown into that I've got 3 more. And what it is with the mix, as you can see, they're all independently seamless. So I can sit there and play any amplifier any time and listen to the music in that amplifier and use any combination that I like, knowing that I want to put more mids in, I want to put more sub bass in, I want the balanced sound to be the loudest, although that's not great because it's just a balanced sound. But normally what it is, it's the treble, mids and lows, to be able to add those. So you have one amplifier, let's say dedicated, really good bookshelf amplifier. Then you have a slinky treble amplifier. Then you have a quite robust mid amplifier that will be dedicated to the mid sounds. And then a sub bass if needed. And normally they are needed. You have them on really, really slight. And some, if you get the right one, you can get it to have the depth so you can actually hear all of the room of the sub bass as well. And there are some sub bass testers on YouTube. When people don't believe what they're talking about, then let them see a sub bass video, and then they'll know that their bass only switches on here, and all that sound below, it can't hear it. I've actually done a test with these. I'm not going to do it in a live video, but I did do a sub bass test, and some of the amplifiers don't hear the sound until 10 seconds later. They don't hear it because they're not at that frequency. So if you're listening to a tune with sub bass on bookshelves, then you're not really going to hear the sound, all of the sound of those drum and bass tunes. And if you really want to get the best sub bass sound, then if you can put the sub bass in the middle of the room, exactly in the middle of the room, the sound is unreal. It's really unreal. You can get a really good balance on the sub bass, and maybe that's what it is with, I've said that now, so maybe you might get someone like Pioneer now, do like a sub bass coffee table, and they do it like, the reason why this is now a coffee table, because we know that the best place to have a sub bass is in the middle of the room. That's the best place to have it. I'm not saying that you can do that, but if I had the ability to do it, I was actually thinking of doing it, but it just took up so much space to have something in it. Maybe I might do it again if I do another build and have it not in the middle of the room but near the middle of the room. That's where it should be. If you could, if you had the money to build a studio, and you have the studio kind of around the outside, you have a sofa system, and you have the sub bass right in the middle of the studio. The sound it's 10 times better than what it ever is when you have a sub bass on the wall. But anyway, so let's see if there's any comments, and I'll be winding this video up at 1 o'clock. There you go. I've been working and I've behaved. I haven't been saying anything bad in this video. I'm just going to see whether anyone's saying anything. Not much. Maybe the person that's watching in the room is myself, the way that I've done it. The droid clam I can turn off. School, there it goes. Let's turn this off. I don't want to turn that, it's going to blow up. It's horrible, droid cam, because they want you to buy it. Okay. Close that thing. It's closed. I don't think that I'm going to go too much into talking about anything too much tonight, guys, because it's not that I'm in the mood. I am not in the mood. It's that sometimes there's a time and a place to talk about the war or whatever, and I don't think it's the time and the place to do that at the moment. I've been working. People have got to go to work. You're hysterical about the war. That's no good to the other people that you're working with. So it's very, very difficult. I know there's a lot of issues, really serious issues that we could talk about, but maybe in another video. And what it will be is that when we talk about these other issues, we'll talk about them in a different way, because some people will see these issues in one way and not see them in another way. Without someone else shining a light on it, they might not know what all of that means, how that works out. But I won't do it in this video. I'll stick to what I did tonight, doing music and showing you the studio and the hi-fi system that I got. I know it's late at night, so I can't really jam it out, so I can't really do it that way, and I can't do it on headphones because it wouldn't make sense on headphones, because you wouldn't be able to hear the different speakers. So when it comes to using speakers, I've probably got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, possibly 7, 8, 9, 10, around about 10 speakers that I'm using at the moment. Maybe 12 actually. I've missed out 12 speakers. And they're all different types of speakers that I'm using. And they're all linked up to different amplifiers. And I'm actually thinking about swapping the sub bass onto another amplifier, because it has a dedicated sub bass output, which may make the frequency better and mono. Because at the moment when I'm using the sub bass, it's not mono, it's stereo, but there's only one stereo input, so it's only using the right speaker or the left speaker for the sub bass. So if I turn it over onto this other amplifier that has sub bass output, that sub bass output will be in mono, which is much better for sub bass. The problem is that the amplifier is not that loud, and it doesn't have all the versatility of the other amplifier with loudness buttons and different ways of programming the sub bass. But maybe those programs are no good for sub bass, because there's nothing on the amplifier for sub bass, although I might have another look when I do another build what it was with the build that I did recently was to get it to work. And so now it's working. Now I can start scratching chin. Now realizing that I could possibly swap out sub bass onto another amplifier, or before I do that, to find out whether there is actual dedicated sub bass on the amplifier that I'm using. Swap out getting cables that don't crackle so much, and then swap out being able to attach the phono cables in a much more better way, because I've got, if I showed you behind the scenes, there's a few like Christmas tree kind of connections in order to make it work, in order to make it seamless. And I'm beginning to develop better ways of making those Christmas trees recently when I did it. And that could be a video that I could actually do, actually, when it comes into sound engineering, what you could actually do in order to make a connection better than what it would normally be, at that level. So I don't think there's any comments from any of the guys, or any questions, or any bass requests. So I might call it a day and cut my losses before I go into any tangents, and can do that in another video, tangent video. For the guys out there, before I go, obviously I can do one more cup of tea, one more cup of tea, one more cup of tea. I could do that, one more cup of tea, perhaps. But what I've got to do is try and find a track, not this, not this, go in here. Don't know whether it's been picked up by, it's hard to say. I'll go that way, maybe, no, this way. Can't see it. Oh, it's going all sticky. Can't see what I'm doing. I don't know whether I've closed this. No, it's all gone sticky. Oh no. Well, that's what happens, isn't it? It's gone absolutely sticky. Latency's gone. Can't open anything. Let's do a refresh. That's refreshed. Nearly came up. Not coming up. Let's go down there. There's a guy went live the other night, and out of nowhere his computer went all over the place, and this is what's happening. There may be another reason for this. I might be standing on the cable. But yeah, it happened to him. It's a new thing that's taken place. We go, how do they do it? Well, they can do it by making your CPU work more than what it should do. And that can send signals to other part of your setup that will create spikes. So that was working. That was all perfectly working. And now we've got this huge. Doesn't want to move. Now it wants to move, doesn't want to move. Now it wants to move, doesn't want to move. It's just crashed. And I haven't done anything to make it crash, apart from tread on the cable. Cancel. I'm in a bad situation here, guys. I've crashed. Want for a better thing, mate. I have crashed. Don't want that anymore, I want this. Right, so that's back. So what about this? That's back. Okay, guys, I'm just going to, because when I'm with the guys, I'm like, don't just go. I have one more cigarette. Well, I got one more cigarette, so I have the one more cigarette before I go. You know, we have to think seriously, guys, in the sense of, just going to check this. That's another thing that seems to be happening as well, is that it's minutes behind. It's not playing. So what it is that people remember 1975. They're not going to remember 2025 for anything spectacular. So we're heading towards the 2030s, really. This decade is done. There will be some things that will happen probably at the end of the decade. There will have to be new trends, new feelings that will take place in order for this decade to make sense. But that's what it is with what we're seeing actually in this modern world. But we're not going to go into it. All we're saying is we're just going to have a last cigarette just for the guys out there, just in case. And I will be back doing live videos, obviously, but the most important thing is to get the chart up and going and still do the live videos, but get the chart going. The reason why I've done the live video tonight is so you could see the studio. It was a prime opportunity to do it. And I managed to work Droid Cam. Even though I had a few nightmares with Droid Cam, you could still see, you know, and the little things. There's something that I didn't show you. There's still a few things that I didn't actually show you. I didn't show you my Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde, which is on one of the speakers, you know. So there's a few things that I missed out, but you could see the kind of things that I've got here in the studio, you know. So some of it is obviously creature comforts that you see, past things that I did when I was younger, and I used to do models, like, you know, always had a Harrier jump jet, always had a Spitfire, you know, always had a monster like Frankenstein or Dracula. Now I've got a few. I'm going to get more. I'm going to try and get the whole series eventually. Again, well, not the whole series. I just want, I think it's 10. The series that I'm after. I've got the most important one, which is the Witch. I had the most amount of parts, and there's other ones that I'm going to have to get over the years. I'll get them. But yeah, I thought I'd show you the studio so you could actually see it, you know, and see what I use in terms of recording more than live streaming. Although now you can see the stuff that I'm using for live streaming. I've got a laptop where I can use live streaming. This is what I'm live streaming on. I've actually got a dedicated mixing desk now for that laptop. So if I want to put the bass in and make it sound coming out of there, I can do it. And I've got my facilities to do recordings, which is what I want to do. But over the last few years, there's been a lot of stuff to kind of iron out. All of the Charlie Potato stuff, and then recently the kind of other stuff that you saw. You know, so that was addressed. So I want to carry on doing what I'm doing. And so thanks for watching the show, guys. Unless there's any questions, I'm going to call it a night. I'm just finishing off. I'm having my last tea break. Just checking. Last tea break. Cat's okay. When we had the standoff earlier on, you can see him there. Let me do a zoom in on the cat behind the base. It's like he knows. There he is. Thinking, looking, eyes shut, listening to everything. And it is important this time of year that we get on, because last year wasn't good. This year's been very good. There's been a lot of understanding between us. And now it's cold. There has to be loads more understanding between, well, it's me and the cat. So what it is with the cat is that he needs me, because I can keep him warm in the winter. You might see people on social networking. You know, I was going to do it this week. Last week I was going to do it and put the heating on. Not for me, for the cat. But we're still holding on. And yeah, I could sit here in the freezing cold, but not for the cat. You know, I can't really do it. So what it is, you go, well, what it is in Britain is that we pay some of the highest rates for electricity in the world. And so it gets quite cold here. And it's going to be really expensive this year, because I've got to use the expensive heating, because the cheap heating is no good. For me, it's no good. It makes me ill. I don't mind it, but I've realised over the years it's damaged me. So I've got to use the more expensive heating. The thing about the more expensive heating is that when you turn it on, it stays warmer for longer, and it takes longer to heat up. So I might use a combination of both when it's really cold, but in a different format. But mainly, it's for him. And so when you see people on the internet this time of year, or you start hearing stories about, like, you know, it's either me or the cat, and that means that, you know, it's not food, it's heating. It's not for me, it's for him. So I have to go without in order to keep him warm. And this is the other reason why I got the laptop, because it can save energy, and and it's, and each year it gets kind of worse, kind of thing. So that's the other reason why we've got this understanding, because in the next few weeks he's going to need me. And if he starts arguing and bullying me, or if I start bullying him and he ain't going to get warm, he ain't going to like it. So this year it's been really good. Last year, not that good. It was really good, but then he attacked me for some strange reason. Don't know what it was. You know, I couldn't work it out. So we were sulking for a few months and all of that, or weeks. Nothing bad. You know, he doesn't get as many treats. You know, I won't allow him in the bedroom sometimes when I'm asleep. You know, and then he gets better. And so this year, really, really good. So when he gets these standoffs, he understands. I understand. He understands. I'm not going to push him away or anything like that. You know, it's all Midas. You know, he knows how to break the computer. He's been doing it for years, by the way. It's his way of having a bit of fun, you know, at that moment. And he's a bit of an octopus sometimes, but, you know, but you can see him there. And he's not a pet. He's a real animal. It's like a real person. You know, you see these videos and go, here's Chumpy. And like they got Chumpy. And they got like Chumpy. They go like that. They go, yeah, like they go, oh, chumpy. They got ones you can put batteries in that do the same thing now. Where you cuddle them and they make a noise. He's not like that. He don't want me to cuddle him or anything. Yeah, he don't like being picked up because it makes him look small. Don't pick him up. He goes mad. I don't pick him up like a baby. Don't like none of that. He only comes to me when he's cold or when he wants something to eat. Sometimes for a bit of fun, we have a bit of fun. You know. And if he doesn't eat, then I don't eat. It's not because he's hungry, he's got what he wants, but I'm not getting it until tomorrow, and he knows that. He knows he gets his food tomorrow. He's got food, he's got stuff to eat, but the yum yums. And it's the same with me. Tonight I had nothing. I never went, right, I'm not getting the cat, but I'm going to go get Kentucky Fried Chicken for myself. No, I don't do that. So he knows I'm not eating as well. So he knows tomorrow I'll go out and get it's the small treats that he wants. Creature comforts. Sometimes he doesn't even eat it. It's just that he knows it's there. So he gets all the things that he needs. You know, I don't push him away. We work it out. Scratch chin. Sometimes you've got to sit there for 15 minutes. Like, right, do that. And you don't. You've got to sit there for 15 minutes. Don't move. And he does all the moving, walking around, and then he leaves it. You see what I mean? But if you go away, then he'll come back. Trying to think whether there is an actual tune or that I could play, actually. I was playing something earlier, but I'm not quite sure on that, necessarily. But I think I'll finish the video because no one's making a reply, so I'll finish the video. I had my last cigarette, guys. I behaved, didn't do anything bad. No trash talk, no profanity. No, it wasn't me, it was somebody else. I didn't do that tonight, guys. And I will be doing live videos. I might talk about something more controversial in the week, actually. Everyone's got their 50 cents on what's going on, so I might get my 50 cents. And maybe this might get other people like Redacted and all those lot to start thinking about what they're saying. I don't know whether that's true or not, but it might be something to think about. And obviously what's happening over here at the moment, not great. Okay, guys. So, let me do it in live. Thanks for watching. And I'll be back when I can. So this is your gentleman B970 on Sunday night. Very quiet tonight in London. It's been raining, drizzly, foggy, almost autumn. Feel to the place, very quiet in the West End tonight. And tonight we was looking at Love 42 for the European guys. Oh yes, you must slap it like this. No, next part. Et voilà, n'est-ce pas, et bon, très bien, très bien. La bass, dans la bass, big dans la bass. So what it is to the guys is think about the bass line more than the technique. Think of Papan. Papan, very good. Now it's serious. When the ball came, he had the technique, missed. All he had to do is kick the ball in the net. All you got to do is play the bass line. Yeah, think about the bass line. And then from there, then you add a technique. Don't add the technique onto the bass line. Learn the bass line and add the technique. In some cases, not all cases, in some cases for the guys out there. Okay, guys, so I'll see you soon, and look out for the charts that I'll be doing. They will not be live, they'll be recordings that I'll be doing. I just wanted to do this because I had the opportunity to do it this weekend. Show you my amplifiers, my record deck, some of the, I don't know, what would you call it, decorations that I've got in the studio, using different computers. 2 computers makes it easy. Cubase on here, record it onto there, easy. I want to use Reason, then go out, get another computer. So this computer is Cubase, this computer is Reason, that computer is Logic. They all go into the one computer, and it's so easy to use. No problem with sound cards, no problem with swapping out sound cards. You just turn on that door on that computer, program it. So again, you could do a Chemical Brothers mix. One guy on Cubase, one guy on Reason, one guy on Logic, one guy on Fruity Loops, and they're all there mixing. And it all goes into one mainframe computer for the mass recording. Really good to do. And then the amplifiers as well. Then you can have all stages of amplifiers in the studio. Dedicated, sub-bass, mid-range, treble, all different amplifiers, all different kinds of speakers, and then slowly blend them together. And then when you play the music, it won't sound as though the speakers are stressing with all the information that you're putting into it. You want some bright treble, some decent compressed mids. You know, you want the clean sound and the sub bass, and you're trying to put that into two bookshelves. Ain't gonna work. And the stuff that I'm using here is made ad hoc. If it was A specific, it would be fat, because I would get it to be exactly how it should be. Mid-range bookshelf, dedicated, what you call treble type amplifier with treble type speakers. Dedicated, small pocket, low mid-range compressed speakers, and then sub bass, all on different amplifiers, and the sound will be absolutely through the floor. It won't sound, it will be, you can make it loud without everything going because each amplifier will be coping with the level that you put into it. And then you've got the balanced sound to make sure that it doesn't go too far over the edge. You see what I mean? So that's it, guys. I'll try and see you soon, and I will try and put up the charts in a professional way. I've been thinking about using AI voice. Hello, this is B970. Today, I'm going to be showing you how to play bass on C strings on A.2 bracket 1.34, comma, this is not a reg point. You know, I've been thinking about using AI as the narrator to do it. Anyway, I am going to do it. And I am going to be doing bass covers. And I am going to be doing my own recordings. Mono Neon, I'm going to do a Mono Neon album. I'm going to do an album dedicated to Mono Neon. You don't see him that much these days. Last year and the year before, he was flying off the shelves. And now he's gone away. And when it comes to Mono Neon, he went to NAMM or something. He done this slap bass line. It's nasty. I've never heard a slap bass line like it. It's absolutely nasty what Mono Neon does on the slap. And so one of the basses, I haven't used it for a while. It's tuned in such a way that when I play the bass, I kind of get close to what he's doing. I'll explain it in another video. I've already done it before. No one took it up. So basically what it is, I've got the first right hand, left-handed bass. No one else has really done it, but I've done it. So it's another first on the internet. I know it's a very simple first. Anyone can do it, but you've never seen anybody else do it, but I've done it. Maybe other people have done it, but I haven't seen it. So I've got the first right-handed, left-handed bass on the internet. I haven't used it that much, but I will do. What it was is, you had trash talk, really, really bad, really, really horrible. Witness intimidation to a certain point. It's still going on to that, but then dumbing it all down because reality then starts hitting. As I said with the trolls, they try to control reality, but sometimes they can't control reality, and they implode and then run into these caucuses to try and find out whether they can still gaslight reality, because they're trying to tell you that they're Charlie Potatoes, where they're clearly not Charlie Potatoes. Nobody knows who they are. Nobody ever knew who they were as being Charlie. Even the ones that are on TV necessarily don't mean that they're Charlie Potatoes. It just means that they sign a disclaimer that they can talk about their story. I'm not going into it in this video necessarily, but that was a huge undertaking, because in a way it had to be straightened out. And the only way it can be straightened out so the public can kind of realise that, trolls try to control reality. If there's something real, then they will try to use gaslighting and everything else in order to control that form of reality of whatever it is. They will try to do that, and that took a huge... What do? Well, you don't do what the other guys do. If you're really good, you turn away. You've got to have really thick skin, and they they insult you and everything, and you take no notice. Because that's what youth men and those guys do, adolescents and beta people do. In the you've got like a load of dogs, and you've got this stupid dog trying to take on the leader. And he thinks it's all funny until the leader comes over. And when the leader... No, I didn't mean it. Besides, it was him. So, no, it wasn't me, it wasn't he, it was him. And then they go on for ages in that mode. So you don't do that. And I said it in the videos. Not only do we don't do it, that's our way, and it's like the Martin Luther King way. Anyway, so all of that had to be straightened out, really, and it hasn't really been straightened out. What it is they kind of realised that, it's all different. What does it mean to anybody? What happens? It all go wrong with them and they disappear. You won't see them. They go, we found him. He's in a deck chair in Western. They go, I don't do it anymore. I've given up. No, I don't talk about nothing anymore. I've given it all up. You see what I mean? But so that is a possibility. There's always a possibility that you can just cut and run. It turned up out of nowhere, so they can disappear back to nowhere. You see what I mean? So, but yeah, so there's other things, and again, what do we talk about? Do we talk about the same things? No, we don't talk about the same things or nothing. The most recent thing that we're talking about was Billie Holiday. And then you see the link with Billie Holiday. And it's like, what? Yes, and surprise, and she came to Europe. And then when she went back to America, bang, she was out. Like Charlie Parker, like Otis Redding, like Sam Cooke. Sam Cooke never went. If he went, same thing would have happened. They made sure he didn't go to Europe. There's a whole load of them. John Coltrane, Malcolm X, Martin Luther King, they all came to Europe. And when they went back to America, they all ended up mash up, by the Americans. Why? Because they saw in Europe they didn't have all of these laws. People didn't behave that way. That's what it is with Malcolm X. He sold out. No, he never sold out. What it was is the people in America believed the whole world was like it. You only got to go as far as Ireland, or England, or Wales, or Scotland, or France, or anywhere. Even Jamaica with Sam Cooke. You've only got to leave. You know, the big problem with this actually is Canada. You know, what was it like? You know, it's like the whole blind eye to that is Canada, because Canada are neither here or there, but you never hear any of the stories from Canada, or grifting, or hard luck, or, you know, what did they do? Did they leave America and go to Canada and it was okay? Or was Canada exactly the same? We never really hear that much about it. You know what I mean? You know, it's like a blind side to it. But, so yeah, Billie Holiday. And then you find, oh, is it? And they go, yeah. What do you mean, oh, is it? That's why they call silly and nothing could ever be legal, no matter what anybody said to anybody, anywhere, anywhere. That's the whole thing about it. But anyway, so they found out, and they now Google it and find out that she was here. She was here. Billie Holiday was here. And then she went back and she got mashed up. And that's the reason why. That's what I was saying about Malcolm X. It's not that he sold out. He realised that the people around the world were not the same. So when he was being interviewed, he goes, well, Malcolm, you've seen what it's like around the world. He goes, I have. He goes, they're not the same as over here. So, and then they were kind of saying, well, now that you know people around the world are not like the people here, do you still think that, you know, you've got to go through with all this revolution? And he's kind of go, well, maybe not. Because he realised the rest of the world were not like it. And so the other guys, they saw that as being sellout, that he sold out. I'm not saying it's true, but it's a way of looking at it. So when you look at Billie Holiday, that is the lady. Now I know Aretha Franklin is the undisputed queen of soul. When it comes to the lady, that is the lady. You see what I mean? And then you find out, oh, she was here. Same deal, same story. All these people on Redacted and Sedacted and Fox and Box and Tox, all talking about JFK, all talking about the 180,000 million trillion files they got. They come out of anything recently? Nothing. What's the latest news that comes out now? Now you know it's the same with Billie Holiday. She was here. What was I saying in the other videos about Martin Luther King? All the guy, what happened when that guy did whatever he did to Martin Luther King? Where did he move to? He come here. How far away was that from where Billie Holiday was? Literally round the corner. You see it now? That's why none of those guys could ever feature any Batchway, whether they were giggling narcissists and run to the newspapers, MI5, MI6, PEMI6. No, I don't want to go down south and go and see some people and no one's going to speak to you, to say nothing to nobody. Nothing. Now you know why. Oh, you thought it was because they knew some Charlie Potatoes person. They don't know what about Charlie Potatoes. He's Balulax to them. Isn't it? Charlie Potatoes, Balulax. Now you know why. That's Billy. It's not Billy. They didn't call her Billy. They called her the lady. And she was here. And she was okay. Even Miles Dave said it about John Coltrane. He said there was nothing wrong with John Coltrane when he saw it. You see what I mean? And then the story comes out of what they did to the lady. And that's the reason why, because she came here. The moment she came here and she realised, you imagine someone like Billie Holiday coming to London. Like, oh no, sweetheart. And then going down and seeing, like I said, we're for argument's sake, we'll call it the Black Cat Society. She went down to see them. And they literally saw her as royalty. Same as what happened with Diana Ross. When the Motown people came to England, they were just shocked that the people actually knew the songs, knew the albums, knew the lyrics, danced. They couldn't believe. Same as Shalimar. Shalimar was saying that, going to London was their big gig. That's when they hit the big time. And then you see that in reverse, that they were literally shocked. Jeffrey Daniels. We knew him. We knew Jeffrey Daniels. That's when he started changing all his clothing. When he came here. So it all fits with a lady as well. That's what it was. To realise, you imagine what it must have been like for those few days or wherever it was. Maybe she came to England another time, I don't know. For those few weeks where they didn't have to worry anything about. You imagine, so what was it like? Let's try and do it. Boss man says that I can go in the shop and buy a beer. Yeah, Charlie, you go in that shop and buy a beer. So what does that mean? If he goes in the shop and buys a beer and says, hey man, what are you doing in the shop? He says, see that guy over there? He said I could come in here and buy a beer. And they go, did you say that guy could come in here and buy a beer? He said, I sure did. Why, is there a problem? And they come to Europe and they don't have to do it. They come to Europe and they see the freedom and the immense, not just that it's laid on, that it was normal. That's what it was with Bully the Kid. They didn't understand. They thought that we were like that and then we changed. No, we weren't like that. That's how it always was. And it's not just here, it's everywhere. The only place it wasn't, well, there were other places, but America was one of those places where it was not, particularly for those guys. So we see people like Billie Holiday, they came here, imagine what it was like, and all the things they got up to as well. And all the promises they may have made. And she went back to America, and they just literally, I'm not going into it because it's horrible what they did. If I said what I said, it would be horrible. So, in the documentaries that people are doing, they're saying it's pretty bad, but they still haven't got the insidiousness of what they did to Billie Holiday. So these guys can't feature anything. They can't feature wherever they run, wherever they try and preach, wherever they're going to do it ain't going to end up anywhere. That's what it was they didn't know. It's like they'd won the League Cup, but they didn't know anything about the World Cup. And gaslighting and giggling and narcissistically in trying to embasticize it didn't mean we weren't going to do anything. MI5, MI6, none of that. Police, special branches, informers, people who worked on the inside service, what do you call it, contractors. None of that is going to do anything. So they're not going to shave no pay to make no favours to no one, to preach nothing, to make morals, besides to who. None of that was ever going to work. But, you gaslight on, you believe it, the trolls, the database, and all of that had to come out, the database and all that. That's what they do. They can't go anywhere, because if they go anywhere, then first people, where'd you get the information from? They'll go, what information? You imagine how bad it is for those guys. But anyway, So that was one of the reasons why it became so difficult. Because if you're a bass player, you've got these people laughing behind your back. If you've got a bass player and they're phoning up people from America to do other bass lines, and realising they keep falling on their face, and the people that are doing it don't understand the reason why. But you sound better. Yeah, but you don't understand what he's talking about. It's like level 42. It's like, how can this be better than Mark King? Surely Mark King slapping the bass at 1,000,000 miles an hour is better than that. When it comes to music as a form of art, no, it's not. That is better. And that's what it is with the trolls that were phoning up. That's what they didn't understand. Why the guy was getting knocked down all the time. Because it's that. Oh, 43 by Mark King, the fast slapping thing. And he's going on the internet playing it like that. You know, why is that? And he goes, well, it's all the rocket science of all making it down into the simplistic thing and turn it into a binary scope and the jazz part of it. They go, really? They go, really? Obviously, they won't stop doing it. But so it becomes the new normal. But in that new normal, what happens? Then they realise that nothing is like features that can be in favourites to anything that will ever be preaches to go bad way to anybody in any given time, whether it's 50 cents, 50 pence, 1 penny, half a crown, half a down, blah, 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 even like, let's say, football fan. Yeah, and I'm a football fan and I like it. Like, this is how we roll. Put the skip mat. Put the skip mat. Can you hear the skip mat? Yeah, that's how we like it because I'm a football fan and I roll in. Don't matter. But that's what it is with trolls. And when they, you know, believe the game is up, then they kind of congregate and then try to dole that out again and then realise that that is not actually the reality. That is what they've ascertained as trolls. Don't matter about TV, doesn't matter about anything else. That's not reality, is it? Yeah, but that guy did that, but yeah, so that guy did that, but what does that mean in the shape of things or anything? If you've never heard anything that you don't know about, then how would you know? That's what the guy was laughing at when I done the first video, right? What is that? It's that, isn't it? Your kettles. All your kettles is, as they say. That was the first video. And that just proved, it's like, you know, as I was saying in the video about, you know, to the Americans and the Europeans, you go, what? You know, you look at the amount of ground. The Europeans only make like 7.26 yards is as far as they can get on the baseline. You see what I mean? So it's the same thing. What are you preaching about anything when the guy's not said anything? He done a kettle video, and that kettle video was the end of it. Just the one video, and the other guy was on the floor laughing anyway. He went, look, he done one video on a kettle, and he's done a lot. The other guy, I could understand it in that sense because I get it. Because again, you know, I'm finishing off with this is that, you know, working, you get a job, and so you get a job. You know, so what does that mean? It means you go out and work. And what does that mean? It means you're doing something that is going to be a bit horrible. And because it's a bit horrible, you get paid for it. Like you sweep the roads, or there's a load of metal and it's got to all be put in a lorry and taken to this great big skip down the road. And your job is to get it on the lorry. And then you get paid. When it goes to the skip and it all goes in there, then you get paid. You're not standing around a corner and trying to jump on someone to make money, to profit. You're going out and like getting a job. So what it is, the other thing about that is that, you know, I got a job when I was really young. Maybe I was lucky. I don't know. The other guy says that, maybe I was, because when you see the guy up north, that's what he wanted to do. He wanted to go out and get a job, and he couldn't get one. So you go out and you get a job, and you make money, and then you go out and buy your things with the money, or save it and then buy something bigger, and you get another job, and you go out and get another job. So by the time I was on my second job, 13, 14, you had a guy same age as me, and he went, watch this. And he got hold of a car, and he went bang, and lifted up the car. Why? Because he had been working. Even at that age, he'd been working most of his life. I saw a video of this small chavvy, and he's with his old man, and he climbs up the chimney and cleans the chimney at 3 years of age. And they start off at that age. He goes, here, and you see the video of his son going up the chimney. It's like 1,000 foot in the air. They go up there and have a sandwich and come down. So by the time he's 16, they run up and down those. By the time he's 14, he can pick up the back of a car. Those guys. Yeah. So what it is with some of the guys, they admire this more because you're doing a job. That's what you're meant to do, is get a job. I know you don't like it. No, I don't like that job. Why not? Because I don't like it. And that's what it is with all jobs. You've got to do something that you don't like. You see the guy there, you think he likes to try and, I don't know how many ton it was. He said, I think it was £5 a ton, but he never said how much the tons were. But if it was us, that would have been maximum for the week, 8 tons. So we would have got £40 for that. And in those days, that wasn't even really a week's wages. In those days, a week's wages was around about 120 quid a week. So if we'd have done that, all we would have got is 40 quid. But that's what you've got to do. That's what it is about work. It's like we can't do this, but then you've got to do it. And you do it and you get paid. Well, that's not enough. So you've got to carry on working. And you're taking 2 steps backwards and 1 step forward. And eventually, that 1 step becomes the step that you break even on. That's what it is about work. Sometimes you're lucky and you do a job that you really want to do. But 99% of us are all doing stuff that we don't want to do, and that's what makes people be able to work. And what it is, they now make that job that no one else wants to do, they make it look easy. Yeah, look at that guy, look, he's a road sweeper. Oh, any good how he does all of that. Blooming hell, I'd like to be like that, but there again, he's a road sweeper, isn't he? And he's, and if he's a road sweeper and he's full time, he's earning good money now. And I think it is really a really important leveler when you listen to these people. I'm not going into it, otherwise it'll turn into a long video, but I did see a guy once and he was the same. I want to make money, so I want to go out there and start selling gear. He said, you're married and all of that, what happens if you get caught? Well, getting a job was the last thing on his mind. And at the time, I had a job. It wasn't a great job. I wasn't working that many hours, but I had a job. You see what I mean? And that's what it is. That's why some people can, if you like, keep their noses clean. Because rather than doing the thing that then you're not supposed to do, they do the very thing that you're meant to do, which is get up the next day and go and get a job. Even if it's for 1 day, it will work. It will happen. And so these are the kind of things that, they're not looking at. Like, what have you ever done? So when you see these other guys and look at these people, they go, well, I could have done that, but I didn't. I carried on with the job. Now I've got an house and a car and a bar and, and a farm, and a dam and a windmill and a burber. And he never got that from doing bad. He done that because he carried on working. And some people can't do it. So why should we listen? That's what it is with those guys sometimes. Why listen to people that would never do a day's work? And I think that is actually a saying as well. Some people would never listen to someone if they're never prepared to do a day's work. And in some cases, when you say that, it goes, well, I've done a day's work. And they go, what about, with me, and what about a week's work? That's what I'm building up to. If I start working full time, then I would be less time on the internet. Amount of reserve. Because again, you can go crazy. One of the other guys did say that if it was him, he would have been going mad. He would have been putting out peas and batties on people. He would have been batting up the place. That's because it's him, obviously. And then you look at these other people that are around, that are there to shore it all up. And then you see that in that sense that means that it is a form of intimidation. You can go out and point at someone, and when it was happening and you run off to some big guy, then what are you doing? You see what I mean? But it didn't mean anything to anyone, as I said, because when you look at the story, as you said, like, now you look at Billie Holiday, now you see it that way, and you realise that none of those guys were ever involved in any of it. They're all in bachelors, all of them. There's a few other guys that come up recently that you see that are not, they're just guys. You see them and, they know you to a certain extent. That's different. But when you see people like this, it's not great. So it took up a lot of time. But anyway, so I'm still sticking with the music. Like I said, I'm going to do the chart and do bass covers, and obviously do a mono neon album as well. I had a few tunes. I'm going to go back on them and put it on YouTube, not on Spotify or anything like that. For mono neon, because he did get big. Bedroom musician that turned into a worldwide star. Don't see him so much these days. Maybe if I do the album, he might come back. So I'm still about or something, you know what I mean? Anyway, so that's it, guys. I'm not doing them anymore tonight. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you very soon, guys. Thanks.